40 here. So I want to get better at this. I want to be a more effective communicator on YouTube. So I've been watching videos on how to communicate more effectively on YouTube. And there was some great advice by this guy with the channel, Alexander the Create. And he said, you want to start a show with as low a cognitive load as possible. So that means I used to try to keep as much in my head as possible, which when your RAM is overloaded on your computer, it moves slowly. And so when my brain was overloaded with trying to remember things that I wanted to talk about, then I would freeze up, I would not be as spontaneous, and I would not be as interesting to watch. Then the other piece of advice he said, before you go live, before you press record, figure out what's going on with you, right? What are you feeling? What are you thinking? And distill it down to one or two things. And to translate that into Einsteinian physics, right? The position of the observer is an important part of the data. And we all tend to understand the world outside to reflect and reinforce whatever's going on inside of us. So I come to you today in a reflective state, in a state of humiliation and loss, and wow, that hurt. All right, so that's where I'm coming from. Wow. Okay, so the big news over the past few days is the indictment of the former head of the FBI, James Comey, and the mainstream media has been singing from the same hymnal with regard to this indictment. It shows the politicization of the Justice Department, a diminishment of the separation of powers, and a general level of incompetence on the part of the Trump administration. Now, people in the center, such as Mark Halperin and people on the right, are saying, how come the elite mainstream media didn't talk about the politicization of justice when there are all these indictments of Donald Trump? And I think one of the indictments, the one about misuse of classified materials, I think there was a very strong case for that one. But the other indictments, particularly the one in New York where Trump got convicted, were much more particularly political. And so the two sides, right, just talking past each other. And here's a trend that I've noticed in news media coverage of Donald Trump and his legal teams. The media consistently belittles Donald Trump's legal team. So here we've got the former insurance lawyer Trump picked to take on Comey. Interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan worked around the clock to secure an indictment of the former FBI director. And so the elite media often notes that Trump's legal team seemed to be chosen primarily for their looks rather than for their legal acumen. And then the media loves to point out all the disastrous decisions made by the Trump legal team. And this is no exception here, right? When Lindsay Halligan secured the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey this past week, it marked the pinnacle of her rise in President Trump's orbit. From an insurance lawyer to the person he is trusted with the sensitive task of deploying the law to punish a long-term enemy. So very clear direction here of the elite media, including the Wall Street Journal, on how to understand what's happening. And breaking with the traditions of the office, right? Lindsay Halligan presented the case herself to the judge. It didn't go smoothly. The jury decided to indict only 2 of the 3 charges it was presented. The judge told Halligan she had 2 documents before her that were inconsistent with one another, something the judge said has never happened before. One document contained only 2 of the charges. The other document had all 3, causing confusion to ripple through the courtroom. So you see this all the time of all this evidence that Trump's legal team is just incompetent. And yet, how did he get to where he is? How is he the president of the United States and the most powerful person on earth if his legal team is as incompetent as the media would have us believe? And is the system rigged? So by and large, if you're a Trump supporter, you feel like the major institutions in the United States are not serving you. They're not on your side. And if you're a Trump opponent, you feel that by and large, the major institutions in the United States are on your side and they're doing a good job. So populists, the Trump supporters, tend to have a much more skeptical perspective on the institutions, and they put much more weight on checking boxes, following the rules, preserving the norms. And the populist Trumpian reaction says we want to create a united, cohesive, high-trust society once again, and not have a pluralistic society where various factions will make alliances with the elites to rule over a divided country. And checking boxes is not necessarily the most important thing in the world. So we've got the Federalist podcast talked about this indictment. Here we go.
If James Comey is dead to rights on the letter of the law. And then, of course, there's the whole broader fallout around, first of all, this is the first time that charges have been brought that I can recall against any of the people who were involved in clearly weaponizing the national security and law enforcement apparatus against political dissenters. So that's one massive development. And then ultimately the discourse from the left of, look, Trump's engaging in retribution, et cetera, and all of the familiar fear-mongering and hypocritical fear-mongering at that we've seen from the other side. So I'd kick it over to the group. What do you make of the indictment within its four corners and then the broader ramifications of it?
Well, I think the fact that there was an indictment is, in some respects, maybe remarkable just because everyone in every jury pool across the country is basically an activist. So perhaps this is a bit of a sea change. Maybe jury pools are actually a little bit more taking things a bit more seriously than they may have in the past. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's obvious that on the four corners of the indictment, he's dead to rights. So let's see how it goes. But I thought it was interesting that, there was an indictment to begin with.
Yeah, I watched a lot of MSNBC last night. Normally I would avoid such a thing like the plague, but I thought it was a reasonable time to do it. And they brought on person after person, the classic MSNBC legal eagles who were hyenas when it came.
So what's the most important quality in an attorney? Is it the ability to follow the law, to know the law, to check the correct boxes? Or are there other qualities such as a certain verbal agility and the ability to effectively relate to the subjective personal element of the law? So there are objective laws on the books, but they always have to be enforced through human beings who are always less than objective. And so the great trial lawyers, for example, they're not necessarily the most precise checking boxes, but they think on their feet, they're good with people, they're adaptable, they can deal with a very wide variety of people. And so how has Trump been so successful if his legal team is as incompetent as the news media portrays them? So I'm thinking about school, where girls are usually much more diligent than boys at coloring within the lines and following the rules. But if you talk to teachers, they will tell you that their best students have usually been boys and have not always been the most diligent at coloring within the lines, but have been much more combative. And so there's this big gap between status signals in the legal profession and actual effectiveness in Trump's world. So this is ChatGPT in a conversation with me, noting mainstream media coverage frames Trump's lawyers as second-rate because they don't come from the top white shoe firms. They make many sloppy errors. They look like opportunists. So by conventional metrics, pedigree, polish, firm affiliation, they are low status. And so the Wall Street Journal putting in their headline that Lindsay Halligan is a former insurance lawyer, that's shorthand for saying not the kind of elite DOJ-trained lawyer that you'd expect in this role. But Trump's incentives might be different. I remember reading the Michael Wolff book on the 2024 election, and it kept emphasizing that Trump's strategy was our PR strategy is our legal strategy, and our legal strategy is our PR strategy, whatever that means. Rodney Martin says this indictment may not even survive a motion to dismiss. Trump's New York conviction was upheld by the Court of Appeals. It's been known since the 1980s that Trump engaged in shady business practices. Trump is a reflection of the decline of American IQ. Trump-tards sound just like Black Lives Matter, both crybabies who always reveling in their victim status. So Trump isn't usually operating with polished beltway insiders who hesitate to do his bidding, right? He needs operators, he needs lawyers who act aggressively, who are willing to stand up to massive social and professional stigma and remain loyal under fire. And so Lindsay Halligan's traits of loyalty, willingness to improvise, comfort with the spotlight, looking good on camera, right? That apparently matters much more to Donald Trump than whether she triple-checked the caption on an indictment. So trial lawyers often succeed because they connect with juries, right? They can handle surprises. They can stay combative under pressure. And these qualities do not necessarily show up on resumes. So the media delights in ridiculing Trump and his attorneys for their mistakes, but his attorneys' willingness to take these cases, despite the career risk, despite the stigma, and push them forward, may be a form of competence for Donald Trump. And Trump has displayed a remarkable ability to get America's major institutions to bend to his will. That suggests that his lawyers, whatever their status, are effectively serving his interests much better than the news coverage implies. So normally, an elite lawyer comes from an Ivy League law school. They have clerked for, say, Supreme Court justices. They're affiliated with white shoe law firms like Kirkland & Ellis, Cummington, Gibson, Dunn. They often have deep connections in the Department of Justice, regulatory agencies, the federal judiciary, and they often have major corporate clients. They've worked in high-dollar litigation. They file briefs at the Supreme Court. They tend to be cautious, precise, polished, both in court and in writing. They are highly risk-averse because their reputation is their currency. So they have many strengths, right? They have unmatched technical precision and institutional access. They have deep credibility with judges, regulators, and the media. They have high social status. They can deploy vast resources, teams of associates, expert witnesses, political contacts, but they have weaknesses. They are not as willing to go to the mat for a client if it threatens their reputation. They are reluctant to bend the rules. They're reluctant to push aggressive narratives. They're reluctant to improvise in a state of chaos. And they tend to value institutional legitimacy over client loyalty. So Trump's lawyers are willing to take the massive reputational hits that come with representing Donald Trump. They go on TV, they make speeches, they're willing to litigate in the court of public opinion. Normally, attorneys going into some big case, right, they're very reluctant to fight things out in the media. That is comparatively low status. Trump's team are much more comfortable with confrontation, drama, and unpredictability than your typical attorney. They are combative. They are often very good on TV. They're improvisational. They're not afraid to make enemies. They're willing to absorb personal and professional risk that the elite firms will not touch. They're agile in fast-moving, chaotic litigation and media storms. And they connect with Trump's base, and they align the legal strategy with the political messaging. Now, they have weaknesses. They're sloppy with paperwork and procedure. They have quite limited institutional credibility with judges, with veterans in the Department of Justice, and the elites roll their eyes. And they are quite vulnerable to being outmaneuvered on technicalities. So consistently in Trump's first term, right, he was outmaneuvered on technicalities because he did not have elite human capital doing the work for him. Trump is much more effective this time around.
To the Trump indictments, talking about how nobody's above the law, how obviously all these are righteous indictments, and then this one they all just immediately dismissed. I think Ken Delanian said it was the biggest abuse in the history of the Justice Department, and yet no one thought to discuss the merits of the indictment. And it would have been very easy to do so because the charge here, as been described, is remarkably simple. Did you lie to Congress? Did you know you were telling a falsehood? The end. And they can analyze exactly what the supposed lie was. The question was about his leaking. Did he leak or did he not leak? I listened to 2 hours of MSNBC. I swear I did not hear any discussion of the substantive merits of the perjury charge, of the false statement charge. They were just like, there's no evidence he committed a crime. It's like they barely, and they said there's a false statement charge, but they never discussed the specifics. Like, what is the alleged false statement? What is the truth of the matter? Not mentioned. So I think, the Democrats are just in absolutely no position to cry about any of this. President Trump was nice in the first term. He had Hillary Clinton bid to write some mishandling classified information on her private email server and didn't prosecute it because he thought it would be for the good of the country not to start a kind of tit-for-tat lawfare in a world where, the avatars of each of the parties are getting prosecuted. Democrats threw that out the window. They prosecuted President Trump, indicted him 4 times in 4 jurisdictions in a little over 4 months. The norms are gone. And now, this is not even a stretch. This is not some novel interpretation of a statute or some untested legal theory. This is, did you lie to Congress or not? You did you or did you not? Looks like you did. And if you were the FBI director, you were really responsible for telling the truth to the American people. So a righteous prosecution, hopefully it goes forward and succeeds. Although, of course, all bets are off in the Eastern District of Virginia, which is liberal, but not so liberal as D.C., for instance.
I'm so glad you brought up the media coverage, Will, because I noticed the exact same thing. As I was preparing to talk about this indictment on Rising this morning, I was, of course, trying to find a news source to explain what Comey is accused of lying about and what the evidence is. And naturally, every single article I read just said he was accused of lying, but never detailed what he was accused of lying about. Like, the actual substance was suspiciously absent from every single outlet that I read, including the New York Times and the Washington Post. And so naturally, I have to go to X to refresh my memory of what actually he's being accused of. It's just completely outrageous, the intentional lack of detail that was included in so much coverage of this indictment. And then, of course, there's the sort of spurious, well, some unnamed prosecutors in the office said that the indictment was shoddily thrown together, or the charge rather was shoddily thrown together at the last minute. And then you have Catherine Herridge, a very well-respected reporter, former Fox News and CBS, says actually, no, this was really well planned and very thoroughly investigated. And the only thing that was stopping it from moving forward, apparently, was the attorney who was in charge of the Eastern District. And as soon as he left, they were able to go ahead and bring those charges. And of course, the fact that the grand jury indicted so quickly would immediately debunk the idea that this was shoddy anyway. And all, of course, my co-host wanted to focus on was the idea of this political weaponization, which is obviously so ironic given how much the politicization of the Justice Department started under James Comey and his bedfellows, including, of course, the investigation Crossfire Hurricane into Trump's alleged collusion with Russia. This is not political retaliation. This is actually holding people accountable for their own politicization.
Yeah, I want to make one point on the grand jury issue. The fact that the interesting thing is the grand jury was presented 3 charges and returned a no bill on one of them. So they looked at 3 of them. They said, okay, 2 of these, there's probable cause. 1, there's not. This is not a grand jury that was just going to indict a ham sandwich. They were evaluating the charges, looking at clearly, just you can demonstrate it, looking at the evidence and making a decision. Is there sufficient evidence on each of these charges? So, I remember seeing one of the chyrons from MSNBC was Trump DOJ indicts Comey. And it's like, well, no, actually a grand jury indicted him, 1, but 2, also like Trump DOJ. I thought it was the esteemed nonpartisan Department of Justice that's always guaranteed to provide independent and responsible prosecutions. That's my understanding of how things work.
No, but you see, it's not independent because, as Ken Delanian said in one of his Thunder.
Okay, let's get Rodney back on the show. Rodney, what's going on? You there, Rodney?
Hey, Luke, you're using a new platform. Wow.
I am. It's been a while.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Well, what's going on? It's been a long time since I've spoken to you.
It has been.
What's new?
Yeah, well, just doing this and that. And I just actually was scrolling through YouTube and your show popped up. So.
Okay, well, why don't you go into your critique of the James Comey indictment?
Well, I think it's just going to face an uphill battle. There's just, I think Comey gave a statement or made some comments that he wasn't very worried, and I wouldn't be worried really if I was him. Trump already fired the U.S. attorney because the U.S. attorney slow motions ran out. Trump's interference in his own statements are probably going to make their way into a motion to dismiss. And then you have to prove intent. There's just such a this is not meant to secure a guilty plea or any sort of finding of guilt. I think what it's doing is sending a political message, which is very disheartening because, as is with the free speech hypocrisy, Trumpers are now engaged in the exact same conduct. Just, 24 months ago, they were crying like BLM crybabies about. So it's all very disheartening what's happened, where we're at. And I see it more and more around just some of my personal interactions. I had an exchange about Charlie Kirk, and I said, well, look, Charlie Kirk lived in Arizona, here in Phoenix, was based in Arizona, and look at how successful he was in the last 2 elections. Both Senate seats are now Democrat. They used to be Republican. The governor used to always be reliably Republican. She's now a Democrat. The Secretary of State in Arizona is a Democrat. The Attorney General, who's a former classmate of mine, is a Democrat. And the state legalized abortion, which is one of his so-called hallmark issues. So his own backyard, if you were to measure the success rate over the last two elections, wasn't that high. And the lady promptly told me, well, the reason why the Democrats, quote, won those elections in the last two times was because they were all stolen. And I thought for a minute, my God, crybabies. So the elections are stolen if you lose. Well, what about the most recent election? Could that one have been stolen? Oh, no, because we won that one. And the IQ value, the intellectual value of political dialogue, both left and right, has become so retarded that I very rarely engage anymore. There's no consistency. There's no value. I mean, I will say there was a handful of some conservatives that stood up on and talked about the hypocrisy, but the dialogue overall, both of them had devolved into cults. The Trumpers are a cult, and the Democrats have been a cult probably since Barack Obama's time.
And how effective and how aligned with what you want to see is this second Trump administration?
Well, the border, the immigration issue, 100%. That was getting way out of hand, and not just the illegal situation, but of what was blending in with the illegals. I mean, I grew up on the border, Luke. So I mean, I had classmates in elementary school that they would disappear for a week and then would be back, and we all knew what the situation was. They had been sent back and then came back across with their family. That's the minor issue. The bigger issue is the human trafficking, literally the surrender of the southern border controls to cartels that are engaging in human trafficking and pouring tons of fentanyl across the border, and not to mention the significant number. I mean, everyone talks about illegal aliens. They still think Mexicans. That's not the problem. The problem was they were coming from as far away as China and Turkmenistan and some of these other countries that are far more dangerous than Mexico, that is, that are picking the crops that white workers just won't get their butts out there and pick. And let's be honest about it, that is a true statement. It's just not going to happen. So that border, 100%. The economics, I can make the case that the economy has gotten worse. I think Trump talking about President McKinley in the 1890s is completely ignorant. The world is not 1890s anymore. And contrary to Trump's statement, McKinley did not make America rich through tariffs. He actually, as a senator, he was supportive of tariffs. As president, he rolled them back because they were detrimental overall to American trade. So I'm not convinced that in 2025 that's going. And of course, he hasn't gotten the number of trade deals that he thought he would get. He's gotten them from reliable sources. But the world is a completely different place than in 1890. And you were talking about earlier, I wanted to comment this on the lawyers that Trump is getting. Let's not forget the huge number of lawyers that filed frivolous cases and feckless cases, absent any substantial legal merit, that are now disbarred, are bankrupt. The biggest one's Rudy Giuliani, but there's a whole litany of lawyers that worked, basically partially on cases that can no longer practice their craft that they spent years in law school to be able to do, because they got infected by what I would consider a mind cult that is just completely as toxic as the left, thinking that they were going to float novel legal theories that just had no basis in law. And they were attacking, if they wanted to challenge the election in 2020, they certainly challenged it on the wrong thing. They keep getting wrapped up on stuffing ballot boxes, and that's not how the election was manipulated. It was manipulated by unelected bodies that were making changes to election law that they did not have the statutory ability to do, and Trump never touched that argument.
So my biggest concern about the second Trump administration, like the first one, was lack of competence. So it sounds like you share my concern.
I share it 100%. He does not have the best people. A good leader, whether they're a corporate leader or a local leader or a president, are not afraid to surround themselves with people smarter than them. And Trump has a personality flaw in that he does not like that. He thinks that's stealing his spotlight, and that is really, I don't know, what's happened to him in his life, but he definitely is intimidated by anybody that has any depth beyond him. He thinks winning an election means that he is an expert on anything and everything, and that's certainly not the case. Just like a lot of lawyers, by the way, believe that a law degree makes them an expert on anything and everything, and that's not the case either. But the competence is, I think, actually worse in the second Trump term than it was in the first Trump term. Trump did have some competent people in the first term. Now he has a collection of literally Wayland Smithers in his second term, and it's going to cost him.
So I'm an ardent Zionist, and I think you're more of a critic of Zionism. So let's put our moral prism aside and let's just look at the reality of the Middle East. How secure is Israel right now, do you think, as compared to, say, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Less secure and I consider security both economically, the ability to engage in trade, the ability to have free, to have good faith around the world. Now you have every single country that is a member of the UN Security Council has recognized Palestine, with the exception of the United States. No big surprise there. It's funny. There's another issue with competence. Bibi, first of all, is staying as prime minister to keep from going to jail, and he has surrounded himself with similar people that Trump has to stay in political power, and they don't speak well for Israel as a whole. And you have them making statements as late as yesterday that every country that has recognized Palestine is going to face a travel ban from Israel. Really? 150 countries? I'll believe that when I see it.
And what
but
about
if they want
Iran?
to do it, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I think I'm not one that believes that Iran's capabilities were greatly degraded. They're already working on basically pulling the rubble away from that site. And Russia announced a week and a half ago that they're going to build 3 reactors for Iran. And the one thing about Trump that he's consistent with the United States throughout its history, the United States is not going to tangle with somebody that has a significant ability to fight back. The United States is never going to fight Russia or China.
And how concerned are you about the Ukraine war?
I'm not very. I am. Well, let me back up. I'm a little concerned that Trump is all over the place. One week he's glad-handing Putin in Alaska. The next week he's saying that Ukraine can win back all the territory that they lost, which is farcical. That is actually a stupid statement. Ukraine doesn't have the manpower, the raw materials, and we're going into winter, and the Russians have essentially destroyed the power grid in Ukraine. It's going to be a horrible winter for Ukrainians this winter. So I'm not concerned. I'm more concerned about Trump being all over the place. And I gave an interview last week with none other than a Qatari journalist, and said, look, what Trump is giving the impression on is he based his positions on the last person he talked to. And so we've seen this flip-flop back and forth, and it doesn't bode well. It goes to the competence issue, which you and I both agree on. But I think Iran is going to go on and go on. And keep in mind, Trump only has about 36, 38 months left, regardless of all this talk about a third term that's farcical and nonsensical. I mean, he may try it. It wouldn't surprise me if he did try it, put his name on ballots. But it's not going to happen. And not even the current Supreme Court would uphold that one. But I think there's going to be a fundamental change in terms of where the world is going now. What's happened is you see these alliances going that are forming that now actually include NATO members in agreements and buying. Like, for instance, Trump thinks he's going to tell Turkey not to buy cheap Russian oil and gas. That's not going to happen. And it's really an interesting dynamic. I mean, the United States shouldn't be in NATO anymore, given the the dividing nature. Some NATO members are against other NATO members when it comes to the very Ukraine issue and on other issues. I've always used the example of Greece and Turkey. They're NATO members and they don't like each other. And there's been rumblings in the last 5 years where they were literally, put their armed forces on alert. If two NATO members go to war under the universal protection provision of NATO, who do we support? It's just a silly thing. This is why George Washington said, don't get involved in these foreign entanglements. We don't need to. We don't have to. We shouldn't be involved in any of these types of entanglements, not with Israel, not with NATO, not with anybody. And that's been my position from the very beginning, because none of them have served us well.
Is there anyone in Trump's orbit who impresses you?
Bobby Kennedy, he's impressive, and it's kind of interesting. They made fun of him for the Tylenol thing, but yet Tylenol themselves put out a statement this last week saying, well, they've never encouraged pregnant women to use Tylenol. In fact, they discourage it. So, I don't say that. I'm not saying I believe that theory. I'm not a medical doctor, but something sure as heck has caused a spike in autism. And Bobby Kennedy's correct. We've become the sickest country in terms of being a Western, industrialized country. Why are we morbidly obese? Why are we so sick? Why do we have these high rates of chronic disease? What's the issue? And I like the fact that at least someone is beginning to ask the question rather than take sacks of cash from the pharmaceuticals industry and just say, carry on as it is. Just go out and get a bunch of pills, which we're also the most overly medicated country. So I like the fact that he's asking the questions. I like the fact that he's putting a mix of skeptics in to actually challenge so-called professionals that are actually on the payroll. They get grants and direct stipends from the pharmaceutical agencies that they're supposed to be overseeing. So him firing those boards, that didn't bother me in the least. And, a good dose of skepticism every now and then, as long as it's healthy, is a good thing.
Anyone else in the Trump orbit who impresses you?
I think, well, let me reverse that question. I think his two worst picks are the Secretary of Defense and the Attorney General. Those are pathetic. Those are just absolutely pathetic.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of J.D. Vance?
I think he's trying to navigate his way to 2028 so he can run for president. And he's having a hard time because he knows that if he runs afoul of President Trump, Trump will do everything he can to derail him and may even start trying to fire him while he's still the vice president. So I wouldn't want to be J.D. Vance. I'm not overly impressed with him one way or the other. He went from writing a book about hillbillies to being a senator, and his career in the Senate was not stellar because he wasn't there long enough to do anything. And I think probably he is as sidelined as Kamala Harris was under Biden. I think Biden and Trump have the same impression of their vice president. Go there to break ties in the Senate and shut the blank up.
What do you think about Christian nationalism?
Well, as a Christian, I don't like it at all. I don't like intermingling politics with religion at all. Period. I think those that purport that engage in it are false prophet. They're engaging in false doctrine. That was one of my biggest disagreements with Charlie Kirk, was he just made up supposed Greek translations of the Bible where he substituted ethos, which meaning ethnicity, for government, and thought that was, we needed to set up a government. But I don't agree with it at all, because politics is strictly of the earth and of man. And I firmly believe there is something greater and bigger, and that we're commanded to rise above all that. And I call them Fox News Christians, by the way, Luke.
Yeah. Yeah. And what are your primary sources of information about the news, whether it's the Middle East or Ukraine or Taiwan?
Certainly, I don't watch a lot of American media, believe it or not. I watch a lot of foreign media, because I like media that asks critical questions of both sides, and I don't think we have that anymore in the United States. Period. I think that now the media, each tribe has their own media arm or their propaganda machine. And so I do like I like several of the stations in Europe. I like several of the stations in I watch news out of Europe. I watch news out of Latin America, and I watch news out of the Middle East. And I do watch Russian media, just because I like to know what's being said over there, especially when it comes to opinion.
How competent do you think Vladimir Putin is?
I think he's very competent. I think he's certainly, in terms of managing and running a country that is under heavy sanction, I think he's done a stellar job in working around that and forming alliances, particularly with American. First of all, Trump's hammering of India worked right into Vladimir Putin. I think Vladimir Putin is an extremely intelligent when it comes to geopolitics. I think he's very, very astute at that, and maybe that comes from being a KGB agent in East Germany towards the end of the Soviet Union. I think Putin has a great sense of history, whereas Trump has a great sense of history through movies. And I mean, we see, let's just face it, Putin absolutely outmaneuvered Trump in Alaska. He just completely, that was Trump's big deal. He was going to get his Nobel Peace Prize by ending that war. And, Putin has consistently stood on his national interest, on Russian national interest. That's not the case for Trump. Trump stands on his personal interest, and he's clouded by foreign interests, particularly when it comes to the Middle East and Israel.
What do you think about gay marriage?
Are you talking about the question from Bob in the chat?
Yes.
I'll answer all of those in order. I'm opposed to polygamy. I'm opposed to gay marriage, period. And I'm not understanding why he's saying, would that be mixing Christianity and government? Because first of all, if I had my way, the government wouldn't issue marriage licenses. That wouldn't be regulated by the government. You'd go to your own, if the church wants to marry you, fine, go for it. But I don't understand why he thinks there might be a contradiction there. That's a secular question.
You get your morality, I would assume, from your Christianity, and so you, I would assume, find same-sex marriage to be an abomination, and this is a reaction that stems from your Christian identity.
Correct. And as far as would it be mixing Christianity and the government, my position has nothing to do with the government, because the government is secondary. I'm not a person that worships the state, and sadly, the leftists worship the state. And now we see Trump conservatives worshiping the state because they're in charge. They're against the state when they're not in charge. The leftists are against the state when they're not in charge. When they're in charge, they worship the state. And that is something I think is completely abhorrent.
Well, Trump is using his power to try to push America's institutions back towards the center. Is that just a terrible idea?
Well, I don't know if he's pushing anything towards the center. I think he's pushing them towards what his ideals are, and we don't know what his ideals are because they fluctuate. What he says on Friday might change 3 times before Monday. And that's, he's not the most stable person. I don't think Trump has any core beliefs whatsoever. And as far as the 10 commandments in public schools, that's up to individual school districts. I don't care. I don't have a dog in that fight. My kids went to private schools. My grandkids are going to private schools. I frankly don't particularly, I'm not fond of government schools to begin with. They're poor performing to begin with. And if individual school districts want to do that, they should. And I think school board members should be limited to parents of children in the school districts.
Would you like to see a Christian revival in the United States?
Well, you listen to some, and they say that's happening. I disagree. I actually think Christian church attendance, I mean, the strongest regions for Christianity is Africa and Latin America. That's just a fact, particularly with the Catholic faith. But in terms of a Christian revival, I'd love it if it's real Christianity and not political Christianity and not Fox News Christians. I just utterly find evangelicals to be absolutely distasteful. So if that's what a revival is, I can do without it. I'd rather have a small group of real believers that adhere to doctrine than a big group of a bunch of false prophets engaged in prosperity gospel and being agents of a foreign state.
So what's the true doctrine? Like, which denomination has the true doctrine?
I don't. Well, I mean, I'm a Latin Catholic, but I'm not going to say that that's the true doctrine. I think one that puts faith in Christ and the words of Christ over anything else. You have to read in the New Testament, they're called the red words, the words of Christ, and I see a lot of evangelicals being hung up in the Old Testament because they're uncomfortable with the New Testament. It doesn't fit with their political agenda. I mean, in my mind, Luke, the Bible, I mean, a rabbi told me once when I was at Cedar Sinai, do unto others as they've done it, as you would have done unto you, and everything else is superfluous. I agree with that interpretation. I go a step further. As a Christian, read the Sermon on the Mount. It's all in there, right from Christ's mouth, the Sermon on the Mount, and it's all there. If you can't follow the Sermon on the Mount, then you have a problem. That's the true doctrine.
So you've had some formidable challenges over the past few years. Have the things that you've gone through changed the way that you understand the world?
Depends on what those challenges are. I mean,
I'm not going to detail your private life. I'm just giving you an open-ended question to take it wherever you want to go.
I think a person that doesn't grow is ignorant. So, me at 55 is a vastly different person than I was at 25, and that's growth. If you take if I was the same person at 25 that I at 55 as I am at 25, all those years in between are wasted. It means you didn't learn anything. So, I mean, you have to continuously grow, and if you're not growing, then you have a problem. And the thing that I always get, that I laugh at most about people is that, don't confuse me with the facts. The problem is we can no longer agree on what facts are. If facts make you uncomfortable, then it's fake news. And that goes for left and right. So Luke, I have generally, because the intellectual value of American politics has become literally single-digit IQ, I try to stay away from it now because it is it's like arguing with a pothead or a drunk. It's a pointless endeavor.
Okay, Rodney, any final words before I move on for today?
No, I just think I popped in, wanted to say hi. I'm still, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. I still catch your show. Usually not when you're on. This just happened to be a situation where I caught you while you were live and thought I'd say hi. Most of the time I can see your stuff, once it's already recorded.
Okay, Rodney, great to talk to you, man.
Yeah, have a great day, Lou.
Take care, Rodney. Bye-bye. So I spend $183 a year subscribing to the Financial Times because they have many interesting articles. And here's one over the weekend talking about the bond between tech bros and the populace. And it notes that in America, lawyers are rivaled only by politicians as the most hated professional group. Is it any wonder then that the lawyers' party, the Democrats, was overwhelmed in the 2024 election? That a party platform entirely conceived by lawyers centered on the defense of democratic procedures and respect for minority rights, whose main argument consisted in the lawsuits against the Republican candidate, were swept away by the recriminations of Trump supporters over inflation, illegal immigration, class contempt. So we have a culture clash. The elites, who tend to be left of center, lean on institutional legitimacy and preserving norms. Their worldview assumes that if you follow procedures, if you cite the correct precedents, if you defend minority rights through courts and lawsuits, if you check the right boxes, then the system will hold. And following the imperatives of the system and preserving our institutions, that's the best way to protect America. And so lawyers are the archetype of this elite, right? They're trained to spot every issue, to follow the rules, and to trust that the institutions will confer legitimacy. And so that is why the left instinctively fights Trump in the courts, which have usually been under the dominance of the left. And that's why the left loves lawsuits and loves appealing to norms, which are set by those who occupy the high ground in American cultural, political, and institutional life, which are people on the left. So the populace, by contrast, distrust institutions. They see them captured by left-wing elites. They don't want to check boxes, right? They're not as focused on procedure as on results. The ends sometimes justify the means. They're more willing to bend rules, to ignore process, to ignore precedent, and to put a higher value on loyalty and a particular narrative over legal formal requirements. So Trump's legal ecosystem is messy, improvisational, combative, does not look like a failure to Trump supporters. It looks like authenticity, which is highly prized right now. So the lawyers' party, that's the Democrats, right? They're leaning on their lawsuits and their legal challenges and their appeals to process, and they are speaking in the language of the institutionalist class. To most of the electorate, this comes off as a form of class contempt. These people think they're smarter than you, and their judges and their lawyers will overrule your choices. So liberalism and democracy do not necessarily complement each other. Instead, they're much more in tension. So the more liberalism you have, meaning the more entrenched rights that you have, then the less democracy. The more democracy you have, then the fewer entrenched rights, the fewer protected parts of the liberal agenda you have. So Trump is not bowing to the institutions, right? He is fighting the institutions to push them back towards the political center. So the press mocks Donald Trump's lawyers as just a bunch of incompetent idiots who are pretty, but they can't even draft an indictment clearly, but they're reinforcing the populist narrative. See, the elite rules don't matter. What matters is that Trump is fighting for you. So you have the institutional professional class composed of lawyers, the highly educated academics, bureaucrats, journalists, NGO workers, HR departments, tech middle managers who went to graduate school. They're deferential to process. They're invested in credentialism. They have a worldview where it's institutions that confer legitimacy. Democracy is safeguarded by courts, by rules, and by procedures, that we need to take more and more power away from the people and freedom of expression away from the people, and we need to be run more and more by experts. And who are the experts? Experts are those who are designated by other experts as experts. And so this is a box-checking, cautious, norms-preserving, status-conserving approach. And it often comes across as smug, out of touch, and obsessed with form over substance. The Donald Trump wing, the populists, tends to be composed of people in small business, in the military, police, service workers, independent hustlers, often without a college education, distrustful of elites, distrustful of institutions, value toughness, loyalty, and results over process. They see America's institutions as captured by the enemy, self-serving, and corrupt. Legitimacy comes from direct action of fighting for the people. Success is judged by outcomes, not by credentials. And it's a combative, improvisational, rule-bending style. It has weaknesses. It's prone to chaos. It's legally vulnerable. And often it's just outright grift. So Democrats lean on lawsuits, court orders, regulatory fixes, and on institutions. So To do a live stream, I usually have to have a conviction that I have something important to say to you, which can also be understood as a smug, superior attitude of I know more than you. And many people have gotten annoyed by my streams. They just think I'm smug, and they're just too smug to watch. So how does one come do a live stream with the conviction that you have something important to impart without coming across as smug? So my very impulse to share carries the whiff of, I know something you don't. And that is highly likely to come across as smug, obnoxious. So how do you soften that edge and still share your ideas? So you can frame it as exploration, not proclamation. So instead of me telling you, here is the truth, instead I can share, here's what I'm wrestling with. This is how it looks or feels to me right now. So I'm trying to signal that I'm not closing the case. I'm just inviting the conversation. I can name my uncertainty. I can shift from teaching and instructing to sharing. So even when I'm confident, I can put things in terms of my own experience. I can respect the intelligence of my audience. So perhaps there is a way to still have the power, enthusiasm, energy that comes with thinking that you've got something to say without being highly obnoxious about it.
Faith and public expressions of faith from American political leaders, contra to the left's view that there's this concept of a complete and total separation between church and state. Of course, the founders, in almost every single function they engaged in, at bare minimum, acknowledged God's power, and there were, of course, express religious and Christian acts baked into nearly everything that was done in that era. And that's something that continued throughout American history, really until, the progressive era and the consequences of the progressive era. So a lot of people, I think, have sort of talked about this as something of a religious awakening. And again, I think that would harden Charlie. You may have major ramifications politically down the road. And it seems that this tragedy was a catalyzing event in ways that transcended just right and left. And that may well be a boon to the country. And again, I think consistent with what Charlie ultimately wanted for our people, change within people, which ultimately, of course, downstream of that is political change, but is far broader than that and far more transcendent as well.
Yeah. From my vantage point here in Europe, Amber is exactly right. Talking about Charlie as an international figure, I was in Paris last weekend, and on Friday there was a memorial for Charlie. Both French and American speakers were there. Massive crowd. People crying, especially young people from all over Europe, UK, really devastated. I think if there is something, there are a fair number of good things about, let's say, the internet and social media, but one of those things is that there are no borders when it comes to compelling figures. So French young people feel as drawn to Charlie as Americans do in an interesting way, because it is about living patriotism and faith out loud, especially in a place where, if it's hard to do it in America, try doing it in France or the UK. A memorial painting on a building in Serbia. I sent to the group a screenshot of a memorial service at a Catholic church in Nairobi for Charlie. Citizen Go, a conservative activist group, was behind that. So the memorial service itself was deeply moving. I watched a lot of it, but also the echoes of Charlie's legacy are far beyond the borders of the United States. Especially amongst...
Right, because he speaks to the anxieties of a majority who feel like they're losing control of their country, whether that majority is in Nairobi, in Northeast Asia, wherever they are in the world. Charlie Kirk was able to speak to that anxiety. So I found this website that has just obsessed me the last couple of days, and it's called Everything is BS. but it spells it out. And it's building on an academic paper on the art of BS, which argues that BSing is safer and more effective than lying because lying carries reputational risks. So when you lie, you are deliberately saying something that you know is false for your self-interest. Right? BSing is when you don't really know or care what's true. You just say what you need to say to persuade, to gain status, to gain an advantage, and truth is incidental. And we're not necessarily that great at spotting the BS. It's not because we are gullible fools, right? So your brain is designed to lie to you, because often what gives us an advantage is not what is true. So this UCLA psychologist, evolutionary psychologist, his name is David Pinsof.
Biggest confusions we have about how the mind works is that we have this really misguided idea that what we're pursuing in life is inside of our heads. That is a really weird and implausible idea from an evolutionary perspective. That we would be animals that are driven to seek stuff inside of our heads makes no sense. It makes way more sense that we would be driven to seek stuff out there in the world, like food, sex, status, praise, inclusion in groups, all this stuff that would have correlated with biological fitness in ancestral environments. These are the sorts of things that would make sense for a primate like us to want. It makes no sense for us to want something inside of our heads. Now, the common response to this argument is that, happiness sort of motivates us to go out and get what we want. It's sort of like the carrot that's dangling in front of us, and we need happiness to motivate us to go out and get the stuff in the world, right? This view also makes no sense, because as soon as you posit that we need happiness to motivate us, well, there's a awkward follow-up question, which is, how does evolution get us to want happiness? If you need happiness to get us to want stuff, then how does evolution get us to want happiness? Does it have to give us happiness when we get happiness? And then happiness when we get happiness when we get happiness? Like I said, we have entered an infinite regress. This whole way of thinking that we need some internal goodie to motivate us is just wildly implausible. It contradicts a wealth of research in social and behavioral sciences and neuroscience. We don't need happiness to be motivated. Our nervous system is directly wired up to our hearts, to our physiology, to our lungs, to our muscles. It can just motivate us to go out and get the stuff directly. We don't need happiness to motivate us any more than a thermostat needs to feel happy when it gets your home at the right temperature, right? We have thermostats inside our bodies that motivate us to shiver when we're cold and sweat when we're hot and seek blankets when we're cold and to seek shade when we're hot. Those inner thermostats.
Now, I've listened to many hours of this guy. I've spent hours reading his blog, and I don't detect any political agenda in any direction. All right, this guy seems to me like a fair dinkum truth seeker. David Pinsof, Pinsof, UCLA psychologist.
Don't need happiness just any more than the thermostats in our home need happiness. So there are many reasons why viewing human behavior as a pursuit of happiness is misguided. I go through lots of them in my post, but yeah, I think this is just a wildly confused way of thinking about human psychology, about the mind. I think it is way more insightful to think about humanity as striving for things, for real things.
So one of the academic papers that this bloke linked to said that the only thing that promotes order in the world is natural selection via or adaptation, reproduction via natural selection, that everything else in the world is pushing towards chaos, and it's only the forces of evolutionary natural selection, as articulated by Charles Darwin, that creates order in the world.
In the world that would have correlated with biological fitness in ancestral environments.
Do you completely discard with subjective internal states of well-being and our relationship to them then?
No, I think those exist, but they're not what we think they are. So what we think they are is just a carrot that's dangling in front of us that gets us that motivates us. What they actually are mechanisms. Happiness is a mechanism that evolved by natural selection to serve a very specific function. And as we discussed, that function cannot be to motivate us because motivation doesn't need happiness. right? It serves a different function. And what is that function? Well, it's to recalibrate our expectations and motivations when something turns out to be better than we expect. Just to try to.
So he had a great blog post on the power of suffering, that we learn so much from suffering. We realize that we're out of touch with reality, that we got some things wrong, and that if we adjust some things, that we can dramatically improve the quality of our life. So he also talks about embracing the learning experience of suffering.
Do shit on Shakespeare and say it's overrated. Oh, why are people pretending that Shakespeare is so deep? He's obviously, he was fine, but there are plenty of more interesting and better writers. I can learn these lessons by watching TV or by watching a movie. What's the big deal? That's me trying to play the opinion game and try to change social norms in my favor so that my status isn't lowered for not liking Shakespeare. And so everyone who has any kind of preference, wherever that preference comes from, is a stakeholder in the opinion game.
Okay, I have author Lisa Ekman joining the show. Lisa Ekman's coming out with a new book. If you can just turn off the feedback somehow, you've got my voice coming through. Lisa, can you adjust that? So
let's see. Maybe let me try my headset. Maybe that will help.
Yeah, just turn off if you've got YouTube running, or see if you can figure it out. I'll come. Okay, it's gone now. So I'm not hearing it now. So can you hear me right now? Okay, I can't hear you. So just speak up whenever you feel like you've got it sorted. I'll just play some more David Pinsof here meanwhile.
They're each trying to shape the social norms so that people who have their preferences get status and people who don't have their preferences lose status. But they have to cover up the fact that they're doing that, because if it came out that...
Okay, Lisa, shall we try again? Can you hear me? Now I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Lisa. Let me see. Oh, try it again. Lisa, I think I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Great.
Okay,
excellent.
Great. Okay, great. So what led you to, I assume this is your first book?
This is my first book, yes. I wrote this book after COVID happened, and what really led me to this book is to write this book is that I'm a free speech absolutist, and I believe that all of our ability to be free and our rights are dependent on our ability to speak freely. And when I saw that, and I would say I'm really a First Amendment absolutist, because I think sometimes people forget that in addition to our right to speak, our right to assemble, and our right to associate, as well as our right to practice our religion or whatever our religious or spiritual practices are, as well as the freedom of the press, is all enshrined in the First Amendment, our natural rights. These are not privileges given to us by the government, rather things we are born with that our founders in the United States decided to enshrine in the First Amendment. And when I saw that all of those natural born rights were being infringed on by the government, and without necessarily a full discussion of that in the policy realm, kind of shook me to my core, because when you lose the right to speak freely, you really can't consider yourself a free country anymore. And so I had to take a really hard look at the party that I had dedicated my life to, and that would be the Democrats, and the positions that they were taking about things like what they would call disinformation, which I don't believe that the government has a right to tell us what's true and what's not, that we have a right to decide. So I really took a hard look at the party that I had dedicated my life to. I spent 20 years in Washington, D.C. as an advocate and lobbyist. I worked primarily on disability policy, but also healthcare policy. So I had worked with the agencies that were making some of these decisions around COVID policy that I did not believe conformed to the data and evidence that was before them. And really just about relooking at what freedom means and what freedom is supposed to mean in our republic here in the United States, and wanted to share those thoughts because I think one of the most important things to having a free country is having open dialogue and being able to hear different points of view and then come to your own conclusion about what is true and what is right. And so I wrote this book to kind of share that experience.
Okay, great. The book's called Deprogramming Democrats and Uneducating the Elites, How I Escaped the Progressive Cult. So, did you lose friends in this process?
Oh, of course, yes, I did. I think that there, part of what had happened on the left, and I talk about the evolution on the left quite a bit in the book. How did we get from the JFK Democrat who really did value freedom and value the ability to agree to disagree, to a culture where if you don't toe exactly the party line, you will be excommunicated, essentially. You will be canceled. And I use the word cult, not unadvisedly. I use that word very specifically because there is a almost cult-like devotion, a religious almost aspect to having to toe the party line and having to really say you can't stray too far from exactly what the progressives way on the left end of the party are saying without being canceled or doxxed. And I think we've seen this a lot over the past about decade. And so for people who are still in the cult, as I would say, there's not a lot of room for having friendships that vary from this. And sadly, I think you're seeing a lot of people who are cutting off family members as a result of this, are cutting off friends. I've lost some lifelong friendships. I've lost some newer friendships. But I will say also just that I have made a lot of new friends and have found people who, I think one of the things that you'll hear a lot of ex-Democrats say, and I think there are a lot of us around now since COVID, is that I didn't leave the party, it left me. And that you keep pushing what is an acceptable belief further and further to the left, you're going to alienate a lot of people who might be more centrist and more open-minded about different things. And so for me, I lost a lot of friends, and it was an extremely hard few years. I would say it took about 2 or 3 years for me to sort of put myself back together and write this book because everything I believed to be true kind of shattered. Everything everything I had based my self-opinion on, my self-esteem, my confidence on, disappeared. And I had to rebuild that from scratch, which is an extremely daunting task, but also freeing your mind is just about the most freeing experience that you can have. But it does put a lot of accountability on you that you may have placed your faith in government or experts to tell you what was real and tell you what was right, and now that's all up to me. So it is a daunting thing, and it does cause some alienation away from people who you used to think like, but I would say it's very worth it.
You seem to have been on a similar journey to Lindy Lee. Do you know who she is?
I do, yeah. And I think my understanding from her story is that, to be very clear, so that I don't so people don't overthink what my connection to the Democratic Party was. She, my understanding, was a fundraiser and very active in the political side of the party, and I was more active in the policy side of the party. So I would say I made my way to the outside of the inner circles in DC, was in meetings with all the very important people, but they weren't calling me on their cell phone, and they might only know who I was because their aide whispered, "Oh, that's Lisa." So, but yeah, it is a similar experience. I think that in her case, if I recall correctly, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, some of what happened in terms of, I think one of the things that happens on the left is there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. It's a lot of positions that are held that just can't really go together. And I'll use this example. People who are crying out to protect democracy, but then within their own nomination process put forward a candidate who never received a single vote from a single person to be the candidate. And that's what happened when Joe Biden withdrew from the presidential race, and Kamala Harris was literally installed as the nominee without any formal process and without voters or or delegates even really having a say about it. And so I think, but I do think I think there are a lot of people who, because of technology, because of the ability to really dig down into questions that prior to social media and the advent of independent journalists was really hard to get below the surface of what was being reported to us in the mainstream media, in the legacy media. And because of that, a lot of people have looked under, peek behind the veil, so to speak, and don't like what they found when they did. And again, I think for a lot of people who may be like me, who grew up with very liberal parents who valued freedom and valued what the republic, our democratic republic here in America has to offer, saw that quietly being chipped away at, and when voices get silenced, and when you start to believe that some of the leaders that you thought you were electing were actually being installed by the party and not really being chosen by the voters, it causes a lot of people, I think, to do a lot of soul searching and thinking about whether or not they still fit in the party and whether the party still actually represents their interests.
So tell me a bit more about your 20 years as, I believe, a healthcare lobbyist. Is that correct?
Yeah, healthcare plus advocating on behalf of people with disabilities. So I worked, actually, I got to kind of see DC from all sides in many ways. I started my career working at a federal agency for a political appointee of President Clinton at the very tail end of the Clinton administration. And then I also worked, spent a couple of years working in the United States Senate for the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, where I worked under actually a Republican, but who was what most people would refer to now as a rhino from on the right, and that was Jim Jeffords from Vermont, who back in 2001 I was working for him when he left the Republican Party, became an independent, and gave control of the Senate to the Democrats. And then I also spent some time working for Senator Tom Harkin from Iowa and Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts. So I spent some time working on the Hill as a staffer on detail from that federal agency. I also worked for government contractors. I've worked for nonprofits, and I even during law school spent some time working on the Court of Federal Claims as an intern for a judge there, which is where if you have a contract with the government and they're in violation, that's where you would go to sue the government. So I kind of got to see the government, how it works, how the sausage is made from pretty much every side that happens in DC. And during the time that I was there, I saw really significant changes in the atmosphere in Washington that I would say were quite negative. There was a lot of sort of, at least in the United States Senate, a lot of camaraderie between senators. There was this sort of respect for people who you disagreed with in a way that I don't think you see very much at all these days. Senators of different parties would have dinners together, and they would spend time together outside of when they were fighting each other on the floor of the Senate. There was an a cappella group that would sing and perform that was Democratic and Republican senators singing together. And there was really a very different atmosphere. And there were a lot of times when I was in meetings, back in the early days when I went to D.C., where I felt like people were really trying to hear each other, and people were trying to come to conclusions in policy that really did reflect what is the best compromise that we can get to, which reflects the desires and the beliefs of everyone involved. And I really saw that just kind of disappearing during the 20 years that I was there. And you could see an increase in what I would call tribalism related to the parties, where there was an automatic assumption that if someone was on the opposite side of the aisle, so to speak, from you, that they were an enemy, and you would make all sorts of assumptions about who they were and whether or not they cared about other people and whether or not they were very smart. And, I would say, unfortunately, this started to really happen, I think, during the Obama administrations. And then it only continued to get worse from there. And, I started to see the effects, very huge effects of the Supreme Court decision in Citizens United, where you had money just flooding in terms of lobbying, but also in terms of electoral politics. I think in 2024, this figure, when I looked it up, really shocked me, Luke, is that $4.9 billion were spent by lobbyists to persuade members of Congress to achieve their policy goals. Almost $5 billion, and that is a huge increase from previous years. And then you had almost $16 billion spent on the federal election in 2024. And so I'm not insinuating there was any quid pro quo, anyone was violating the law. However, I do think that influx of money completely changed the responsiveness of elected representatives to their constituents, and put a lot more power into the lobbyists who, of course, represent big corporate interests like the pharmaceutical industry, like the military-industrial complex, and I think you can see that play out, especially when you have these budget battles like the one that is currently going on with us facing a potential government shutdown in about 48 hours if they can't come to some agreement on government funding. So as all of these things started to really happen, I became somewhat disillusioned with the process even before I fully woke up and walked away, because I started to really question whether I had the ability to make a positive difference for our country and all of the people who live in it. And, part of the reason that I got into the work that I did, I had a huge soft spot in my heart for helping children and helping people with disabilities. And that's how I got my purpose in life, and that's how I felt I was actually making an improvement in the world. And when I stopped believing that was true, it became very challenging to continue to participate in a system that I felt I had watched become increasingly corrupt over the time that I spent in Washington, D.C. So when I had actually decided to retire, and I wasn't really sure what the next step was for me, and in October of 2019, and had put in my retirement date as of March 31st of 2020, so right as the COVID lockdown started and the 2 weeks to flatten the curve began, I did in fact retire. And that's sort of an arc of the 20 years that I spent in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so you have some expertise with regard to lobbying, particularly in health-related industries. What are the biggest discrepancies that you spot between news coverage and the reality of topics that you know about?
Well, I think that there are a lot of discrepancies. I think that, back, and I will say that I'm not even sure that this was true when it happened. I used to really believe journalists were there to hold government and those in power to account, and to expose when there was this type of corruption going on, and I had in my head sort of the Watergate exposés, that occurred in the 1970s. And I think that there is a large discrepancy in that I think more and more reporting is not about just relaying facts. It's about a perspective, and that often that perspective seems to be slanted towards one side, and that would be towards the Democrats. But even beyond that, and I think that this is what has occurred, I like to make a distinction now that I'm sort of out of the system, that I really don't think what we're facing is left versus right, as much as we are the establishment politicians to people who would like to see changes to that establishment. Once people get into power, they don't really like to give it up. And so when someone threatens that power in any way, you're going to see them reacting pretty strongly. And I say that because, I used to say, you would hear Republicans and conservatives all the time saying that the media has a left-wing bias. And I used to joke, like many people that I were my colleagues, that no, facts have a left-wing bias. But now what I would say is that I do think that legacy reporting, like legacy media, does indeed have sort of a left-wing bias, especially when Republicans are in power. And you can look at a Harvard study that was done of political coverage of presidents, in their first 100 days in office, and you can see that from President Trump's first term, like over 90% of the coverage of him was negative. And that is because they're no longer just reporting facts, but they're telling you what you're supposed to think about those facts. And if you think about that, that's opinion. That is not factual journalism. So when CNN posts, here are the top 5 takeaways from this speech, and here's what you should think about them, that is giving a biased perception based on the journalist's perspective. And when you look at that and you see that the vast majority of journalists are Democrats, then you're going to get a biased view, which is democratic. And I think the other thing that has really happened is that you see that most journalists, and I'm blanking on the percentage right now, but I do have it in my book, Deprogramming Democrats, but most of those journalists suffer from what I would call idolization of an expert. And this is what I feel has happened to many people on the left through indoctrination in schools, where in this case, I do remember the statistic, over 90% of professors identify as Democrats, and more than 90% of their donations go to Democratic politicians. You are exposed only to for the most part, left-leaning views, and any conservative views or Republican views or even independent views, and even what might be espoused as a moderate Democratic view these days, you're not really exposed to those ideas. So people then graduate with degrees and then maybe get credentials, and then they are experts in their field. And anyone who has not graduated college, does not have the degree, does not have the certification, is not an expert. And you will see journalists all the time downplay someone's point and not even look into what maybe the data and evidence this person presents if they don't have the credentials behind them in order to make people who idolize the expert and worship authority if they don't believe that person has it. So it's not an acceptable source to them. So they won't even look into often what the person is saying. And I can give you one example where the opposite is true, where if somebody says something and they are an expert, the media just goes with it. And, I will go back to COVID for this example, the COVID lockdowns, and that is the 6-foot social distancing that we were all led to believe would keep us safer. Now, I mean, one could say from a common sense perspective, it might be harder to catch something from someone if you're at a certain distance from them. However, we are not supposed to create policy that is quote unquote scientific without looking at data and evidence for it. And since, in retrospect, Anthony Fauci admitted that there was absolutely no data or evidence to support the fact that standing 6 feet away from someone had any impact on reducing transmission or infection of COVID. Now, again, you could say, well, that's just common sense, but we were not told to believe that that was common sense. We were told to believe that there was data and evidence and science to support that recommendation, when in fact there was none. And a true journalist, in my opinion, a true unbiased person would then do the research and look for the studies to say, okay, this is supported. And, that's part of what helped me to wake up is I looked for those studies way back when, and they just didn't exist. And finding that there was not data or evidence for some of these recommendations, and then seeing that the media, the mainstream media, at least for the most part, just repeated these recommendations without doing any research into whether or not they were scientifically sound, would be an example of that bias that I'm referring to.
And how impressed are you with the Trump administration's health picks for Health and Human Services? You got Bobby Kennedy, and then you got a head of the FDA, et cetera. How impressed are you by this team?
So I think, I'll relate to you a story, Luke, of my experience, my personal, with my family experience with the healthcare system prior to COVID happening, which is part, I think, of what also led me to wake up. My father, I lost both of my parents within about 2 years of each other, 2014 and 2016. And, my dad had a catastrophic surgery that left him very ill, and he lived 5 years after that happened. But it was just one problem after another based on the surgery, and I can't really go into too many details about it, but because of a settlement that we received in regard to that. But the second thing that happened is while my mom was who had multiple sclerosis was caring for my dad, she was diagnosed with stage 4 of an extremely aggressive uterine cancer, and she was given the "you need to get your life, your affairs in order because you have a few months to live" speech. And my mom decided that she was going to do traditional cancer treatment, but that she was also open to anything else she could do to help improve her chances of survival. And so I, being a policy wonk who researched everything, agreed to do a lot of research for her, and found out some pretty amazing things. I found a couple of books, I should say 2 books, that really helped me understand some things about health that's very different than what we have been taught. And the first book was called Beating Cancer with Nutrition, and it was a very scientifically based book with a lot of data and evidence plus case studies about the powerful role that what you eat can play in your overall health, but especially in helping your body have the tools that it needs to fight cancer on its own. And then the other book that I found was something called Anti-Cancer, A New Way of Life. And this book had a lot of science and data in it as well, and it was written by a gentleman who was a scientist who did research on brains, and because someone who did not show up for a brain scan in a study he was performing, he scanned his own brain and diagnosed his own advanced stage brain cancer, which he then treated with nutrition, but also with a lot of other sort of mental, emotional, spiritual, and psychological components to really give him the best chance of surviving. And he ended up living 20 years after that happened. And so, my mom, we took her to a naturopath as well as to her oncologist, and she did have surgery, and then she started a round of chemo, which would have been 6 treatments. But we also changed her diet. We changed everything she put on and in her body, and everything she cleaned her house with. And we did, guided meditation, and we did visualization, and we did breathing exercises, and we worked on helping her deal with her stress, which, as you might imagine, with a severely ill husband and battling cancer herself and money being tight, her stress level was really high, Luke. So when my mom had 3 of her 6 chemo treatments prior to not finishing that first round, she had her cancer marker tested, and they found no evidence of cancer in her whatsoever. And her doctor was astounded. He called it a miracle. He had really never seen, with this type of aggressive cancer diagnosed at this stage, someone my mom's age with her overall health had never seen anything like this happen before. So with that being said, I became really, somewhat disillusioned with our traditional medicine. And I feel like a lot has happened with science that has co-opted what true science is supposed to be about. I'll often ask someone this question. I think what happens a lot in our what I now call our sick care system as opposed to our healthcare system is that people's symptoms get treated, but the underlying causes of disease are often overlooked. And we spend more money than any country on our health care for our citizens and our non-citizen legal residents. We are one of the most medicated countries on the planet, and we are also one of the sickest countries on the planet. And I think we would be remiss if we weren't asking ourselves, why is this the case? And I feel like as part of what I was talking about with lobbying, that our agencies that were established to regulate industries to protect our health have done a really, really poor job of it, and have in many cases been fully captured, if not fully captured, by the industries that they're supposed to regulate. And so that is a really long way to say that I am really happy that we are looking at really what is causing all of these diseases and autoimmune diseases, and why is it that a child born today has, I think, a 1 in 5 chance of is very much more likely to have a chronic disease than someone who was born when I was born at the end of the 60s. And what is it about the food that we eat? What is it about the environment that we live in? And what is it about that contributes to this? I think that one of the questions I often ask people is when someone goes to see their doctor and their doctor prescribes them a medication, how often is it, putting antibiotics aside, because that would be a completely different discussion, but how often is it that person is ever cured? And 99 times out of 100 when I've asked that question, the answer is never. And actually quite often the person ends up not just taking that medication, but other medications for side effects of that first medication. And so I think that, do I agree with everything that is going on in the health space? No. But I think that we all really should be asking these questions. And if everything in science is sound, if the data and the evidence that we have relied on in order to approve all of these different drugs and vaccines and our nutritional guidelines, if it's all sound, then we shouldn't be afraid to have someone take a look at it, even if that's someone that we don't disagree with, because again, data and evidence doesn't have a political bias. And if all the evidence and data is made transparent, then once again, we can make up our own minds about it. I'm not saying we should get rid of all the drugs people should have, or the vaccines, or that we should require people to eat in a certain way. But I do believe that we need to be transparent, and people need to have informed choices about what they are putting in their bodies, whether that be the food they eat, the prescription or over-the-counter medication that they take, or the vaccines that they choose to take for themselves.
So I'm curious how your experience of life has changed as you've moved on the political spectrum. I feel like our politics, if we are into politics, it almost physiologically wires us in a certain way. And so by you shifting from a conventionally liberal perspective towards the center or the center-right, I presume that has had some effects on you psychologically, physiologically, cognitively, socially. How has your experience of life changed from changing your politics?
I think that's a great question, Luke. And I think, for me, I definitely invested almost all of my self-image in my politics, because unlike a lot of people who don't immerse themselves in that 24/7, I did. I would wake up, and first thing I would need to do is look at everything going on. Is there anything I need to be prepared for today? And that's been a really hard, habit to break, to be honest. And I think that there is a lot of things that have changed for me. I have become, I would say that I was a pretty staunch agnostic prior to waking up and my political change, and the faith that many people have in their creator and God, I put into the government, which I believe a lot of people on the left, and especially the far left, do. And so I definitely have become much more present to what is happening directly in front of me, and also have worked on my spiritual connection and my connection to people. I have worked really hard to become a lot less judgmental. I think that people on the left, I think people in general spend a lot of time not looking at themselves and looking at everybody else, and judging everybody else around them. And I've been working really hard to do my best to not prejudge anyone in any way, because I have discovered that a lot of the prejudices I used to have about people who might have been on the right or might have been very religious are really just inaccurate, and that you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't judge a person by their labels. And so it has created a lot of opportunity for growth spiritually, psychologically. I will say that in the probably from about the end of 2020 up until the end of 2023, which is when I started writing the book, I was extremely depressed and distraught because I did not have a connection to the Creator. I did not have a connection to humans. I didn't feel connected to anyone, really, and I felt pretty lost in terms of where I found myself and where I could possibly be going. And, working on the connection to both my fellow humans who are a reflection of the Creator. We're all, if you have, and I'm not, I don't practice a particular religion. I see the beauty in and the rightness in many different faiths, and I don't. So I think that by doing that, and connecting as well as I can to my fellow humans, it has really changed my spiritual health and my psychological health a lot. And I think one of the things, that we're facing with a lot of the issues that we see happening, not just in our country, but the world, is a reflection of that lack of connection. And I have sort of a love-hate relationship with technology. I wouldn't be here talking with you, obviously, without technology. I would not have woken up. I don't think people would have the ability to connect electronically. Obviously, we're connecting across the country. But I also think that people, younger people who, especially those born from 2000 on, have had a lot less opportunity to actually connect in real life, physically, and experience that type of connection. And a lot of their connection with their fellow humans is through a screen. And there's a lot of reasons why that is changing the nature of human interaction. And it's a lot of the reason why people are our mental health is not great. People are sad. So many people, adults and children, are on antidepressants, on anti-anxiety drugs, have social anxiety, don't have difficulty relating to one another. And I think that the lack of connection and the real life community disintegration that we have seen is contributing to that a lot. And I do think, though, that there's some good news on that front too, because I do think that post-COVID, a lot more people are looking at trying to create those communities. People are returning to church. There had been, for example, people are becoming more involved in their schools and their communities and volunteering for the school board and running for local office to be more involved and to strengthen that connection. And I think for me, that has been part of what has really helped. And I've been very welcomed, by people in the center and by people on the right. And I think the more that we can talk to people that we don't necessarily agree with, the more that we can remember and see that we are all humans and that we have a lot more in common than we do that divides us. And that shared humanity can be the road back to some sort of sanity in our public discourse and our relationships to one another, where we don't have to agree about everything, but we also don't have to hate each other and we don't have to wish ill on each other, and that our differences of opinion are simply that and not moral failings that we should be judging each other for before we even get to know someone.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lisa. Just telling people the name of the book is called Deprogramming Democrats and Uneducating the Elites, How I Escaped the Progressive Cult. So thanks for coming on my show. Appreciate you sharing your time.
Thank you for having me, and you can find the book on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, and you can check out my website, deprogrammingdemocrats.com. Thank you so much for having me, Luke.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Good to talk to you. Okay, let me pull it all together here. A little bit of David Pinsof here. He is a UCLA psychologist.
And I think part of the reason for why morality is so often cruel is because it is rooted in our evolutionary history. And because evolution itself is a competitive process. So if morality evolved by natural selection, which most scholars who study it think that it is, then ancestral moralizers must have somehow outcompeted non-moralizers, right? They must have gotten more stuff than them, more mates, more friends, more allies, more resources, whatever. And the sad thing is that there's really not a nice way to get more stuff than other people, right? You have to either exclude them from your stuff or scare them away from your stuff, not share with them, bully them, even kill them in some cases. And there's evidence of killing in hunter-gatherer societies, of ganging up on people and literally killing them if they're getting too out of line. Richard Wrangham has done work on this. He calls it the execution hypothesis for the evolution of morality, that morality emerged when gangs of males started executing people for acting up. And that caused us to start to worry about our moral reputations because, if we ran afoul of the existing moral norms, we might be killed. And so once you reflect on the evolutionary process.
That is a fascinating hypothesis about the origins of morality, that we had these roving gangs who would execute people who were a threat to the group. And as a result, people were incentivized to show that they were moral. And this is how we develop morality. Just a hypothesis, but it's a fascinating one, that when your well-being, when your very life is at stake, right, that is a very strong incentive to behave along the lines of your group's interest. And groups will only perpetuate themselves if they're able to adequately police and incentivize members of the group to behave appropriately. So one of the primary ways that we still police and incentivize members of our group to behave appropriately is through the use of gossip. And when people start stepping out on what's socially acceptable within your group, we gossip about them. And there's a new academic paper out with a terrific title, Bless Her Heart. Gossip phrased with concern provides advantages in female intrasexual competition. So many women report being victimized by gossip. Fewer women report spreading negative gossip. Female gossipers might be unaware that they are gossiping. They disclose such statements out of concern for their targets. Female gossiper was preferred as a social partner when she phrased her gossip with concern versus when she phrased it maliciously. So concerned gossip harmed the perceptions of the female target just as effectively as malicious gossip. And when you deliver negative gossip with concern, right, that's very effective at harming your target, but it also protects the gossiper's reputation. So this might be a viable strategy when women are competing with each other for a man. So I once had a girlfriend for about a year, and I don't remember ever needing to explain myself to her. So I tend to be a bit sarcastic, and many of my girlfriends have not appreciated my sarcasm. They've been bewildered by it. They've asked for explanations of it. They weren't big fans of it. So I remember that one relationship where I was so deeply understood, and it is intoxicating to be understood. And once you've tasted that experience of being deeply understood, it's hard to be at ease with people who have no interest in understanding you. It is dispiriting to talk to someone who isn't willing to invest anything in understanding what you're saying. So when I feel that my interlocutor is simply biding his time until he gets to speak, right, that's when I know, hey, I just want to walk away from this pointless conversation as soon as possible. So to the extent that this show has some merit, it is to the extent that it optimizes for truth, for good faith argumentation, and for perhaps a secularized version of this Judaic concept of argument for the sake of heaven, right? The secularized version of that is argument for the sake of truth, right? When the interlocutors are optimizing for truth, right? When you've got some conversation that is genuinely aimed at clarity, coherence, and truth rather than scoring points. I'm not particularly interested in debates where people are just trying to score points with each other. So you could call this good faith discourse or collaborative truth-seeking, where people use charity to interpret the other person's position at its strongest, not at its weakest, where there's reciprocity, where people are listening to each other, where there's transparency, people are explaining themselves honestly, even when their reasons for saying something are not flattering, where there's openness and a willingness to update your views if the other side makes a strong point. And this is intoxicating because it is so rare. Most arguments seem to be about winning rather than knowing and arising at truth. So my new favorite psychologist, David Pinsof, he says, the human brain is not a steam engine. It is an information processing device designed by natural selection to find food, to seek status, to court mates, and to solve other adaptive problems. When you think you're venting, what you're actually doing is talking bad about your rivals and covering it up with some strained metaphor from the 1800s. Right? Venting is just a clever strategy for saying mean things about people without looking mean. And venting does not work in reducing our anger. Right? Why would it? Anger serves an important function. Right? We don't want to turn it off. The important function of anger is that you are signaling to other people that they need to treat you better.
Processes that must have given rise to our moral behavior, you start to see that it must be mean, at least in some sense. There must be a mean competitive part to it. Otherwise, it could not have evolved and it would not exist. That's the argument I make in the piece.
Yeah, and
our status monkey, as you call it.
Yeah, I love this phrase, status monkeys. All right, what I'm doing now is chasing status, but I'm chasing status by optimizing for truth to whatever extent I can, not in a suicidal, self-destructive, antisocial way, but optimizing truth within the incentive structure that I face. And we can chase status doing good things and pro-social things, or we can chase status doing terrible things.
Call it, is that it's never out in plain sight. We're always striving to conceal it and cover it up. Ironically, in order to achieve status. That is, we conceal our status-seeking motivations in order to achieve higher status. And that's the subject of my preprint that I'm looking to publish soon as an academic paper called The Evolution of Social Paradoxes. So this tendency to seek status by concealing our desire for status is one example of a social paradox. And I list plenty of other social paradoxes in the paper, like trying to get credit for not caring about getting credit, or rebelling against conformity in the same way as everyone else, or bravely defying social norms so that people will praise you, or helping someone without regard for your own self-interest, because being seen as the type of person who helps people without regard for their self-interest is, in fact, in your self-interest. And so these kinds of social paradoxes, I think, lie at the heart of human culture and cultural evolution. And as soon as you reflect on them, you start to see why our status symbols are so volatile and so unpredictable. It's because they're constant.
So what are your favorite status games, and what status games have you been playing lately? This is a safe space to share.
Collapsing under the realization that they are status symbols. Because as soon as something becomes widely recognized as a status symbol, everyone tries to distance themselves from it because they don't want to be seen as a status seeker, right?
Yep.
And so these status games that we play are constantly collapsing and reemerging under the realization that they are, in fact, status games. And I think that is one of the fundamental engines of cultural evolution and why cultures differ so much in what they deem high and low status.
Yeah. Treasure trove of questions there. I mean,
he also talks about happiness as a status symbol. I think this is a great insight in how the pursuit of happiness is driving people mad.
Well,
yeah.
What do you think about the way these interact and intertwine? Because that was the other thought that I had as I was rereading your stuff. It's like they all, and that's what I like about it. And they all interact and they all coalesce to some interesting insights about we humans.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think the point you're making, this is the point I think you're making, and I think it's right, which is that happiness has itself become a status symbol.
Yeah.
That we brag about how happy we are as a kind of.
So I do this all the time, right? I tell you, I see the world through my particular outlook that optimizes for happiness, and so I'm predisposed to a happiness bias because I'm happy that, sure, I don't have status on any conventional standard, but I'm happy. I remember in 2010, I was at Loma Linda University, and I met a bunch of Seventh-day Adventist academics, many of whom knew my father, and one of them said to me, well, one big difference between you and your father is that you seem a lot happier. And right, I cling to that. I relay that all the time. It's one of the ways that I compete for status. I tell you this anecdote that someone who had some acquaintance with my father once said that I seemed happier, and right, that's how I try to push myself up in status, but I try to do it very subtly so that you don't see me trying to aim for status, because as soon as it's obvious that you're aiming for status, that is a very low status thing to do. Washington Post reports that Trump is swerving and swaggering on the world stage. That's all good and fine, but what are the principles here, guys? What remains missing for the president are the foundational principles that historians might refer to as a Trump Doctrine. I don't know about you, but this is what's killing me about this new Trump administration is, where are the foundational principles that historians might someday refer to as a Trump Doctrine? You go to a diner, you go to a bar, this is what's preoccupying the American people. Where are Trump's foundational principles? This over-moralization of reality, this over-moralization of politics, this overemphasis on transcendent global principles, as opposed to, why not a fair dinkum principle of national interest or self-interest? To me, taking appropriate concern for yourself, for your group, for your tribe, for your family, for your nation, that should be a dominant principle. Not necessarily the most important one. Sometimes abstract global principles are more important than your own selfish interests. But to me, national interests are a principle in and of themselves, and sometimes your interests should be more important than abstract global principles. For 40 years, Donald Trump has stood publicly for immigration control and for protectionism to try to protect and promote the interests of ordinary Americans. So does it bother you that there's not some kind of coherent philosophical Trump doctrine, where there are these universal global philosophical terms? Defending freedom, guys. Why isn't Donald Trump just defending freedom? So I do think there are core Trump principles. He's transactional. He's opportunistic. He favors nationalism over universalism. He sees that strength leads to credibility, that loyalty is currency, and he's skeptical of these buffered, intellectual, enlightened abstractions of liberal internationalist norms. So, yes, Donald Trump has principles, but they're not the kind that those with the buffered, enlightened identity understand as principles. They are not what the educated elite see as a Trump doctrine. But ChatGPT is here, guys. It has translated Trump's principles into the idiom of the buffered identity, the intellectualized, abstract, value-laden language of policy elites. So instead of talking about America first, Trump needs to talk about principled sovereignty. Or instead of talking about transactions, talk about reciprocal realism. Or from strength as credibility to, how about deterrence through resilient power? Or instead of talking about loyalty, to me, talk about trust and reliability in international relations. Or instead of talking about his gut instinct, talk about pragmatic national interest. Right? Instead of talking about your improvisational style and the weave, just say, hey, I've got a pragmatic adaptability. I'm willing to adjust to changing conditions rather than be shackled by outdated dogma. So if Donald Trump used this educated, buffered register, he might say something like this: the United States affirms a doctrine of principled sovereignty and reciprocal realism. We believe nations are strongest when they safeguard their own interests while respecting the reciprocal commitments of others. Our credibility rests on resilient power and our partnerships must be rooted in reliability and fairness. America will pursue pragmatic strategies, not rigid dogmas, to ensure peace and prosperity for our people and through strength for the world. Right? That's America first, but translated into the language of a Brookings white paper. Now, do you feel better?
Of humble brag. And when we feel happy, we see that as a sign that we're high status. And when other people claim to be happy or seem happy, we view them as high status, and we tend to reward them for that. And so status has become intertwined with happiness in a way that I think is really actually toxic, devastating, in fact. So there's a psychologist by the name of Jonathan Rottenberg who actually thinks that this mythology surrounding the pursuit of happiness is actually responsible for a lot of our mental health problems, and is actually responsible for the increase in depression. So if you think about it, if happiness gets tied up with status, then we start to want happiness as a means to getting status. So we're not wanting it as an end in itself. We're wanting it as a means to getting social approval and esteem. And once that happens, that's a really devastating and toxic mind loop. Because once you start wanting happiness, even if it's just as a means to getting status, you set yourself up for failure.
This is psychologist David Pinsof, and his terrific blog, and I don't like to swear as everything is BS, but he fully spells it out. And he has many sharp insights. So another one of my favorite academic bloggers is Andrew Gelman. He's a lefty. He is a professor of statistics at Columbia University, and he's out with a new post more on the decline and fall of Steven Levitt. So who's Steven Levitt? He is an economist. He has a PhD from some elite institution, and he's the bloke behind Freakanomics. And the upshot of this Andrew Gelman analysis is that if you optimize for truth, you are less likely to go down market chasing likes and popularity. I mean, optimizing the truth is a good thing, right? Like all good things that can be taken too far. You can optimize for truth too much, and you can lose your job, your marriage, your friends. So don't be dead right. It's been a long time since I've experienced so much popularity that it tempted me to go down market and stop optimizing for truth. I guess last time I had moments of popularity was in 2018 in those heady days of blood sports. And I often comfort myself with this idea, like God doesn't want you to have too much success, Luke, because he knows that it will intoxicate you and it will destroy you. So most things that are exciting and highly pleasurable are really bad for me due to my addictive personality. So this is the analysis by Andrew Gelman of the Freakonomics crew. What happened? Steven Levitt, economist, he had all the advantages. He was a successful academic researcher for good reason. This is a lot like Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson at one point was a serious academic, a serious intellectual, a serious historian, but he threw it all away for the pleasures of popularity. And now Steven Levitt is just not particularly optimizing for truth anymore. And it's not just that he's choosing not to do hard work. And it's not that he's moved from being a researcher to being a communicator, right? There's nothing wrong with being a communicator. It's just that he's pushing a lot of nonsense. And he is not putting much effort into detecting what is true and what is bogus. So why is he playing this down market role? Because he's no longer in the business of truth, right? He's in the business of appealing to a mass market. He's in the business of pushing out mass market journalism. And if you do not limit yourself to what is true, there is a lot more room to say interesting things. Interesting, exciting things are usually not true. True things are not usually exciting. I've got a friend who likes to look and discover and find new, exciting podcasts. But new, exciting podcasts are usually bogus. They're meretricious. They're showy. They operate with pseudo-profundity. But they're quite low in nutrition value. They're low in truth. And so my friend finds these exciting podcasts, and he subscribes to the Substacks of people like Richard Spencer, but he just feels dirty afterwards. So if your goal is to get clicks, right, and get subscriptions and to enlarge your audience, right? It might be happy talk, such as the Freakanomics crew, or scary talk, all right? Then you are happy to operate with credulity because you have more opportunity to be interesting if you don't limit yourself to what is true. For example, we could severely reduce the amount of violent crime we have in this country simply by putting more effort into catching violent criminals and locking them up for longer. Right? Not a terribly exciting perspective, but we could slash our violent crime rate if we did these simple things. So it just seems to me that when most academics and intellectuals taste popularity, they're never the same. They cross over that John Yoo line where there's no point in even trying to maintain any credibility. Steven Levitt, he was a University of Chicago economics professor. He had nearly infinite resources. He could study whatever he wanted. And what does he use it for? Cheap clicks. Right, so he could have used it to share a message with the world, but the message that he's using is, hey, I've got something interesting, which is almost always bogus, meretricious, and pseudo-profound. So why do people like Steven Levitt, Neil Ferguson, John Yoo not optimize for truth? It's because they have more freedom to show off and to be interesting by not shackling themselves to that which is true. So compared to what is exciting, right, the truth is usually quite mundane and boring. And you hear now Megyn Kelly talking about her fear of witches. Someone, Jezebel, the feminist website, put a witch curse on Charlie Kirk before he was assassinated, and Megyn Kelly's up in arms. And you have more and more talk about demons on the right, the religious right, the Christian right, the dissident right. Demon talk is big. Why? Because demon talk is exciting. Demon talk is interesting. Demon talk is a thrill. And it cannot be invalidated. There's no factual way that you can invalidate the power of demons. So you get to avoid a lot of this nonsense, or at least minimize it if you optimize for truth.
Because the best way to avoid happiness is to actually pursue it. Or put differently, happiness is impossible to directly pursue. Because if I'm right that what happiness is prediction error minimization, where it only arises when things are unexpectedly good, well, then it's impossible to pursue it. Because happiness is by definition unexpected. You're happy when things are unexpectedly good. And you cannot pursue something if you don't know, how to predict it or anticipate it, right? Yeah. You can only pursue something if you have expectations about where it's going to show up, right? Mm-hmm. And so if happiness is all about things being unexpectedly good, then you cannot by definition pursue it. And so if you try to pursue it, you're going to be beset with failure time and time again, and that's going to ironically make you miserable.
Which is a paradox. And so your preprint is
I think at the heart.
So he's addressing now, how do we escape the BS?
Part of it is a prisoner's dilemma. So if I am the only one who's honest about myself and my unflattering motivations, and everyone else bullshits and pretends to have pretty high-minded motivations, then I lose status and everyone else gains status, right? That would be equivalent of me cooperating and everyone else defecting, right? But if we all cooperate and if we're all honest and forthcoming about ourselves and our limitations and our unflattering motivations, then we all benefit, right? But there's that temptation to defect, There's always the opportunity for someone else to say, oh, yeah, well, all you guys are status seekers and social climbers and selfish. But me, I'm really interested in being authentic and achieving self-actualization and making the world a better place. And you people are just petty and inferior to me. There's always that temptation to defect in the prisoner's dilemma. So we're stuck in this prisoner's dilemma. And I think the only way we can get out of it is by coordinating to punish defectors, right? So I think we have to create a social norm.
So when I ask many of my friends who are not in academia what books they're reading, I want to go, because it's usually propaganda. It's usually propaganda on my side because most of my friends are right-wing. So it's propaganda from Charles Murray or Ben Shapiro or Freakanomics. But I've learned it's not a good idea socially to display contempt for the propaganda that your friends are reading. But experientially, one of the biggest differences between talking to academics and non-academics is when you talk to academics, they have almost no interest in the popular press, the popular news. That they just operate in a different information space. So the meretricious, nonsensical quality of the books that my non-academic friends read is just gobsmacking. In academia and in elite publications, right, the reward system is about rigor, accuracy, respect from elites. In the mass audience space, the reward system is clicks, subscribers, and viral resonance. So when you have a platform and you've tasted popularity, your incentives may well shift from doing good, rigorous, epistemically sound work to feeding the machine, which means the rewards come from simplifying, exaggerating, and eventually drifting into conspiracy theories, because if all you do is repeat what the experts say and the New York Times says, you're not bringing any value add. So if you're doing a show like I'm doing, you are heavily incentivized to push conspiracy theories, or else how will you have anything interesting to say that people won't get from the conventional media? And the mass audience is much bigger than the intellectual elite, and it has very different appetites. Right? The mass audience doesn't want careful, rigorous papers on climate change models or nuanced legal analysis. Right? The mass audience wants health hacks, conspiracy theories, and simplified morality plays. They want hate porn. Right? And the more you deliver the hate porn, the more your numbers go up, and that becomes a feedback loop. If you are able to claim profundity, even if it's just pseudo-profundity, and you give people this easy presentation of what's really going on in the world that other people aren't able to see, such as we're on the verge of a fascist or communist takeover, right? That's a very exciting message. Very exciting messages are very rarely true, but it is a way to polarize and to capture views. So once you've tasted the rewards of building a brand on provocation and trafficking pseudo-profundity and that which is counterintuitive, right? You get trapped by it. Right? If you then start producing sober, careful, boring, truth-optimized analysis, right, your audience will leave. To hold them, you have to escalate. You have to move into contrarian pop psychology shortcuts, talk about demons. And once you have left your original academic discipline, you will not have peers pushing back at you. So Steven Levitt apparently is no longer embedded in active academic research. So the normal academic correction mechanisms of peer review, conferences, colleagues saying that's pathetic, right? They no longer constrain him. Megyn Kelly is no longer operating in a network newsroom. So there's nobody saying, perhaps we shouldn't do a segment on witch hexes. So Steven Levitt and Neil Ferguson, they could do serious, interesting work. They've got the freedom, they've got the training, they've got the resources, but the attention incentives steer these people elsewhere. And if you don't optimize for truth, you can do many more things to gain attention. So much easier to gain attention if you're not constrained by that which is true. So the larger your platform grows, right, the less incentive you have to use it for truth, for any serious intellectual work.
Where if you come out and pretend that you're above it all, that you don't care what people think of you, or that you don't care about your status and esteem in the eyes of others, you need to be penalized for that.
Michael back on the show. What's going on, Michael? Whoops, my mistake. I had to stay. Okay. Michael, can you hear me? I don't know why I'm not adding you. Okay, I'm going to log out, Michael, and come back in 1 minute. And I'm going to log back in.
Okay.
And I'll see if we can get you back on. So go ahead and log out and then come back in, and want to get you back on the show.
We need to call you out on that and say you're being self-deluded. You're being naive. You're being unself-aware. I I think once we can create a social penalty for defection, then that removes the incentive to defect.
Okay, Michael, what's on your mind today?
Hey, 40, how are you?
I'm blessed.
So, talking about Megyn Kelly, she is kind of caught up in a little bit of an anti-Semitism scandal. Not really that she said anything, but I think it's by way of her association with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Which is that she kind of referenced the theory that Israel was behind the Charlie Kirk assassination, meaning that she did not state it as her belief. She merely alluded to like the existence of that. And so there's that. And then she also, I believe, said something to the effect that Epstein might have been doing espionage for the Mossad. Again, not necessarily stating that as her belief, but just like referencing it. So
yeah, playing not nudgy or tippy toe, but yeah, tippy toeing up to these things. Yes,
exactly. But the funny thing is that she can't really seem to like handle the blowback. Like she seems very flustered by people criticizing her. So she's kind of. It's interesting because she's in this space that she's kind of on YouTube. She's on Sirius. She used to be on Fox News, obviously, but now she's a little bit more independent. So she wants to take advantage of that by saying things that are a little bit unorthodox. But then the criticism, to me, when I watch her, she seems visibly upset that she's being criticized. She wants to be right in the center of the conservative movement. And she's not comfortable. She's not comfortable being the subject of this kind of criticism.
Yes, and this is not unusual in that, Michael, everyone wants to be a hero, and nobody wants to pay the price. And Megyn Kelly wants to be the hero of being a person who is willing to go there, but she doesn't want to pay the price. And this is so very, very human.
Yeah. True. So speaking of that, Charlie Kirk paid the price, yes. And some are calling him a martyr, and I think that's actually valid. Wait, sorry, my phone. I think it's valid to call Charlie Kirk a martyr. I mean, he didn't intentionally die that day, but he was aware of the risks, and he died, speaking to his beliefs, speaking the truth, or at least his version of the. Yeah. In that activity, I think you can say, that he's a martyr. I think that's fair.
So there was an excellent New York Times analysis of Charlie Kirk's debating style, and he was a very good debater. But I don't know about you. I just don't have any interest in polemicists. I just don't have any interest in like owning the libs. It just leaves me completely cold.
I actually like polemicists, but I didn't find him to be the most interesting. I don't want to be disrespectful, but basically my opinion is the same as yours, which is that I'm so impressed with what he did with his political activity, but he wasn't exactly like Rush Limbaugh. He wasn't doing extemporaneous monologues that really captivated me. Exactly.
Okay, so when you say you like polemicists, then who are the polemicists that you enjoy?
I like polemical discourse. I like people who are vituperative. I'll give you an example from history. Edgar Allan Poe was like that. He was, everyone's familiar with Poe from his poetry and his short stories, but he was also a literary critic, and he was extremely harsh in his reviews of other writers. And I think that sprung from a place of like irritation, because Edgar Allan Poe was the real deal, and he saw people who were succeeding perhaps due to nepotism or just some kind of like network they had, something besides merit. So I think that polemical writing can come from kind of a righteous place, and it can be just funny too.
So, do you remember when Andrew Breitbart died?
Yeah.
So I remember I knew Andrew. We were friends. We hung out. I spent a weekend with him in Palm Springs. I remember I had one of the things that I noticed welling up inside of me after Andrew Breitbart died was I wanted to tell the world how close I was to Andrew. and I see the same thing with regard to Charlie Kirk. Anyone who's had any interaction with Charlie Kirk is just dying to tell the world how close they were to Charlie Kirk. Like we are status-seeking monkeys.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Charlie Kirk I think now that he has been killed, assassinated, well, first of all, it's more appropriate to like reflect on what was positive about him. But there is a lot that was positive about him. He was so genial. He was so friendly and outgoing. Kind of the contrary of myself. Maybe I can kind of admire that. And sometimes like someone like you or me can look at Charlie Kirk and say, well, why is he so popular in the conservative movement? I don't necessarily understand it, but it's because don't underestimate the value that he just has a normal family. He just presents as just a very normal, friendly guy. There's like no darkness about him. And that's important. And he's Christian and he talks about his Christianity. So I think some of us that are more interested in like words and how fluent you are and how good of an orator you are might underestimate the element of just like the presentation of a kind of wholesome guy.
But what do you make of people just tripping all over themselves to announce to the world how close they were to Charlie Kirk? I mean, I remember I had that very same instinct with regard to Andrew Breitbart, and I was a little miffed I wasn't invited to the funeral. And I remember people on the radio, they were boasting about how close they were to Andrew Breitbart. Now people are boasting about how close they were to Charlie Kirk. From a disinterested outside perspective, it is such blatant status chasing that it just seems really cringe.
Yeah, I mean, I can mention that President Trump tweeted out 2 of my articles, and that would make me feel good, but that would just be status seeking. So I won't.
We can't help but chase status. But 1, you can chase status in a way that is pro-social and good for you. And 2, you can do it in a way that doesn't look like you're chasing status.
Yeah,
but of course,
exactly.
We're all chasing status. We wouldn't be talking to each other right now if we weren't chasing status.
Yes. Well, I view it a little differently than you. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I have my channel, Michael M. Vlog, which is doing quite well. And I expressed my views there. I liked a tweet that you had the other day, which was like, you just don't hear interesting political takes in your everyday life. And I think that's true. And it's not to sound superior to other people, because other people are good at different things, but I just learned to stop stating my opinion in real life. Stop trying to find like a receptive audience of people. And you're much better advised to just find that among the broader public.
Yeah. And so I'm not opposed to chasing status. I'm not demeaning the chasing of status. I'm just noticing that there are ways that you can do it that are good for you and for other people around you. And so for example, I could chase views. And the way to chase views is to be interesting. But that which is interesting is about the least likely to be true. And that which is true is the most likely to be prosaic. Do you have any thoughts on that challenge where it's so tempting to be interesting, but then you're very rarely going to be operating in the truth optimization game?
Well, I mean, what I'm finding for my channel is that it's very different, like what resonates and what hits and what you might find interesting. So like when I talk to you, we tend to talk about the conservative movement and conservative media, and we have these criticisms, and people actually don't want to hear that because liberals are not going to be tuning in anyway. And conservatives hear that and they're like, oh, well, why are you criticizing Megyn Kelly? Like, I like her, so I'm unsubscribing.
Right.
Okay, but shifting topic, did you hear about the anti-Semitism row is really about Tucker Carlson and his speech at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Did you catch that?
Yes, and I watched it in real time, and it grabbed my attention. So I had dual reactions. I think one, as a Jew Zionist, is like, ooh, this is dangerous for us. And then another part of me remembers being a Christian, and what Tucker said was just 100% fair dinkum authentic Christianity. And so it is not necessarily incumbent on Christians that they express their Christianity in a way that Jews approve or any outgroup approves. What Tucker said was fair, authentic to the Christian gospel. And I'll admit, my Jewish side did not like it. But my Buffett identity side recognized that this is just pure Christianity. It's normal Christianity. And those were my dual reactions. What were your reactions?
Well, as on many topics, we are of one mind on this, because I definitely heard that dog whistle when he said that in a kind of a funny way. And so I think, Tucker, just to be clear, Tucker did not say in any way the Jews killed Jesus. Like, it was not nearly that provocative. It was okay, I have it. Let me read you his comments. The ADL did not like it. He said, Jesus shows up and he starts talking about people in power, and they become obsessed with making him stop. And then he refers to people in a dark room eating hummus and plotting. Yeah, so that was a dog whistle. It was seen as a dog whistle, and I think it's a fair interpretation. But on the other hand, it kind of does say that in the Bible.
Exactly.
Now, to be fair, and Tucker himself pointed this out, is that Jesus is Jewish. So it's a little misleading to say the Jews killed Jesus. To me, that doesn't have any resonance. That doesn't provoke me or fill me with hate, because looking at the context, like, everybody involved was Jewish except for the Romans. So
it's kind of amazing that Tucker has kept his place in the Republican Party, the conservative media that he's invited to speak at Charlie Kirk and the Republican convention, when he is pushing freaks such as that nonsensical historian whose name I'm blanking on, is supposedly the greatest historian right now. Like, Tucker Carlson has gone so down market, such low-brow conspiracy theorizing, and yet he's a fantastic public speaker. He's really good, but he is just really gone down market.
Yeah, I'm he certainly upset people. Oh my God. There was a New York Post editorial by David Hassani, if I'm saying that right. And
another hummus eater.
Here's his quote. Just the other day, disgraced former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, who has developed a creepy monomaniacal obsession with Jews, used Kirk's otherwise inspiring memorial to suggest that a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus in Jerusalem had something to do with silencing the late TPUSA leader.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of this type of vituperative criticism of Tucker Carlson. I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson's down market conspiracy theorizing and some of the idiots that he promotes on his show. I'm not a fan of either perspective. And here's a fact of the human condition: we all essentialize the other. So if the other is Jews, gays, blacks, Chinese, it is just part of people who live in Bakersfield. We all lump them together as just one thing, because we don't have infinite cognitive capacity. We have to reduce our cognitive load, and we reduce our cognitive load by essentializing outgroups. Now, this is just part of the human condition, and there are many bad things that come with that, but it's just how human beings operate. And as national identity grows, as Christian nationalism grows, as people's in-group identity grows, then the more you're incentivized to essentialize outgroups, which has some ugly parts and some dangerous parts to that, but it also has some very adaptive parts that most people will feel happier if they go through life with a stronger in-group identity than they currently have, but it comes with a price. So These things I just see as a mixed bag, and it's just part of the human condition. We are wired to essentialize outgroups.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair generalization to make. You made a generalization that people make generalizations, yeah. But let's look at this. Your audience is very intelligent, so let's drill down on the actual historical aspect of it, or at least the biblical history, which is that, as you say, the Bible is written in a way. The Bible has a huge dog whistle.
Yes.
So are you supposed to, from the New Testament, when Pontius Pilate washes his hands of the crucifixion of Christ, when Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it. And then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and on our children. So it's not a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's literally what the Bible says.
Well, it can be both. Just because the Bible says it doesn't mean it's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Now, if you believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and the Bible includes the New Testament, then you believe that this is something that historically happened. Bible scholars will say that the Gospels, like every other piece of writing in the world, was written by particular people at a particular time in history with certain propagandistic agenda. It had an audience, and that the Gospels were composed and edited and put together at a time when Romans were slaughtering Christians. And so the writers of the Gospels were heavily incentivized to remove the blame for the crucifixion of Jesus away from the Romans and put it on the Jews. This also incentivizes this growing in-group Christian identity and a desire to separate from the Jews. And pretty much every group does this when it's competing within itself. Like this, our rivals are bad, and so if you see this as sacred scripture outside of history, then you take it for granted that this is historically accurate. If you look at it with the buffered, enlightened, academic, secular perspective, then you see, oh, this is the work of particular people at a particular time responding to particular incentives. And often Jews will apply the secular approach to Christian scriptures, but retain the tribal or divine approach to their own scriptures.
Yes. Okay. So I have a 3-part answer to that. Okay. Number one, I agree with you that is usually the interpretation that, Romans obviously would not want to implicate themselves in the crucifixion of Jesus. And so that would have been an influence on the way they write it, as to make Pontius Pilate is kind of a sympathetic figure in the New Testament, really. Number two, that's kind of a politically correct interpretation, which makes you kind of step back. Like, this interpretation makes sense to me, and I think it's probably right. But on the other hand, it's also very convenient in that it takes like the sharp edges off of the New Testament. And number three, it's not really the job of Tucker Carlson or like someone like Erica Kirk. They're not biblical scholars, so it's not really their problem to put the Bible in historical context and think about the motivations in 330 AD. Like, their job is just to read the Bible and believe it.
Yeah, except the Bible in any text is never just a text and the individual. It's always mediated by incentives and community. And so the incentives operating in America right now is that you don't take the Bible literally in certain areas, right? If Erica Kirk was to go around talking about how we must put homosexuals to death and we must put witches to death, right, that would get a lot of blowback. So there are consequences if you want to promote a literal approach to the Bible. So there's never been a time when a text is simply a text and you can then just refer to the text without there being any consequences. So texts speak to people differently in different circumstances. It's always, the meaning of a text always depends upon one, the text, and two, the context in which the text is consulted.
Yes. Okay. But agreed. And finally, look at it like this. Let's try to be more charitable. Basically, Tucker was making a comparison between the martyrdom of Charlie Kirk and Jesus, not to compare the two, I don't think literally, but just in the sense that Jesus was speaking truth to power in one view, and he was killed for it. At least that's what the story says. And likewise, Charlie Kirk was. So is that a valid analogy?
Yeah, I think it's a valid analogy, but it's a valid analogy that is going to bring a lot of harsh consequences. So you can say all sorts of things at work that are valid and will get you fired. Also, you have the right to drive across a street when you've got the green, and you can be dead right. You can follow the green light and you can get killed. And you can do all sorts of valid things that will result in you getting killed, you getting hurt, you getting damaged. Yeah. And so that you are ontologically correct is not normally the primary evolutionarily imperative question to ask. What's usually the most important question to ask before you say something in public is what will the consequences of these words be, particularly to myself and to the people I care about?
Well, if you take out the line about eating hummus, I don't necessarily think it has to be provocative to say that, Jesus was killed for speaking the truth to people in power, and Charlie Kirk was killed for not exactly the same reason, but he knew he was saying things that were provocative and he knew that it was controversial. And Tucker said, they killed Jesus, so that pronoun they, he kind of, I think he said the same, they killed Charlie Kirk. He might've said they. I have to go back and look at the speech. So maybe if he said they killed Charlie Kirk, maybe that's another dog whistle, who is the they that killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, different people experience reality differently. You experience those words differently than your average Jew. And even me, as someone who grew up Christian and is quite favorably disposed to Christians, the Jewish part of me was triggered. And so that you're not triggered, you just have a different life experience. And so too, if you're trans and someone denies your trans identity and you experience that as dead naming, that is your experience of reality. And right. You and I might try to argue that this is not logical, but different people experience the world differently. And there are very powerful people who are going to experience what Tucker said and how Tucker said it in a way that is going to send them into a fight mode.
Oh yeah, sure. I get it. And again, this is nothing personal to me. I'm not resentful still about the crucifixion of Jesus, and I would not attribute blame, to a particular group of people. It's like if Thomas Crooks, God forbid, succeeded in assassinating Trump, you wouldn't say the whites killed President Trump. I mean, that's almost like the perfect analogy. However, if I'm aware that Christians don't exactly think Jesus was Jewish, or there's some kind of slightly different interpretation on it. But anyway, 40.
Well, wait. What's your overall reaction to Tucker Carlson? Are you discomforted? Are you bothered by his down market trend over the past few years?
No, I don't. Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily think it is. Well, okay, some of it is down market. I'm just different than Tucker. I mean, he's a very religious person, and so I think that affects his worldview. But I kind of just like his style. I'm not always into the hour-long interviews. I miss just the little monologues.
Yes, I love those opening night monologues. Those are gold sometimes.
I think when he was on Fox News, it was he put on a suit and tie and he was part of a big system and an organization, and it kind of helped to normalize him in a sense, or now that he has his own show, it's like his own idiosyncrasies are amplified. Like he has kind of bluegrass music and he's showing himself fishing. It's like a little bit less relatable for me personally. So, but other than that, yeah, I'm still a fan.
Okay, great. Good to catch up with you, bro. Okay.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care. All right. So I think pretty fair and powerful New York Times analysis here. The debate style that propelled Charlie Kirk's movement, right? Charlie Kirk, probably best remembered for arguing in public. He had a devoted conservative following from his twice-yearly tours of universities around the country. And for hours, he would cheerfully perch on a folding chair and challenge students and the public to, as he called it, prove me wrong. And he would talk about hot-button issues like abortion and trans rights. He created content that was perfect fodder for brand building on social media. He had curated clips highlighting his wins, promoted with captions describing him as destroying liberals, and he amassed tens of millions of views. And so, yeah, I'm sure that there's a part of me that's jealous of this level of success, or there might be. And then there's a huge part of me that just kind of cringes at what I find just down-market, lowbrow arguments. So to me, both the left and the right have valuable roles to play, and in different situations, one approach to life will be more adaptive. So Charlie Kirk has been lionized as a champion of free speech. New York Times reviewed more than 46 of Kirk's debates and analyzed the debate format and how he created his message. So one of Kirk's favorite topics and the title of one of his books was the college scam. And I think the college sometimes for some people is a scam, and for other people it's an excellent endeavor. So he suggested the primary goal of higher education was to compete with China, and that majors of things like women's studies were irrelevant. Right? I don't think women's studies is a particularly powerful thing to study. This line of argument was most likely to provoke emotional reactions from opponents. So, yes, I have often enjoyed provoking emotional reactions from other people, but whenever you hurt someone, they will find ways to hurt you back. And as my therapist drummed into me, right, when you trigger people, when you offend people, you are hurting them. And so he made a career out of hurting people, which doesn't make him bad. But whenever you hurt people, even if you do it for the most noble of reasons, they will always find a way to hurt you back.
Does college provide skills to the majority of people that go? Does a woman's study degree give you any skills that was going to help us fight China?
Well, you're taking, and I know why you're doing this.
That's a majority of degrees, and people that go to college are in the social sciences, are in communications, and they're in irrelevant degrees. A majority. So a majority of the 21 million people that are in college right now are there studying stuff that you and I would laugh at.
Oh, I wouldn't laugh at that at all. I think that people go to college for a variety of reasons.
Okay, so his advantage came from repetition. He debated hundreds of people. He learned how to shape conversation and where to drop in canned audience pleasers. So this wisecrack about North African lesbian poetry was hardly spontaneous. Come on, man. Let me unmute you.
No, I know that. But do you think that when we're looking at American competitiveness, studying North African lesbian poetry is going to make us more competitive?
Okay, so he's very good at delivering these canned lines, and you can find all sorts of examples.
You ask me, we have way more than enough people that studied North African lesbian poetry. You go to Cal to go study North African lesbian poetry. Yeah. Like, we have a lot of people going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry. Because they're willing to send their kid to go study North African lesbian poetry at Arizona State University. If you ask...
On the most progressive campuses, Charlie Kirk's debates drew large and boisterous contingents of supporters cheering him on in MAGA hats. While he's trading barbs with his adversaries, he discouraged heckling. But making space for opposing viewpoints, he enhanced his image as a defender of free speech while centering his own argument. And by restraining his audience from shouting down his opponents, Mr. Kirk insulated himself from seeming like a bully to many viewers of clips shared on social media. So it was a very effective tactic.
Guys, please don't heckle. I want to try to understand, because these words have a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
But you can't get. I know it's hard on the spot. I just want you to think about it, because if you say Trump is a racist, you should be able to easily give a definition of what that word means.
Right. So this is a very effective tactic. You attract your rabble rousers, and then you tell them not to interrupt. All right, here's another tactic.
What happens if you need a medical abortion? If the mother will die if she does not get an abortion?
So
what's your stance on
the
that?
The only place where medical abortion is necessary is before 20 weeks, which is incredibly rare.
What if she will die? What if the mother
Hold on
will
a second.
die?
So Kirk, who opposed abortion, responded by proposing a cesarean section as a better alternative, and then he asked the student if she knew what the procedure was. Right? This is a debate tactic that he frequently used. He would ask opponents to define a term. This is what that bloke at the New York Times, Ezra Klein, does all the time. It's just such an unworthy debate tactic. And Charlie Kirk would often score easy points by making his interlocutors appear stupid if they couldn't define.
For example, this is a very important question. Let's say it's 27 weeks, okay? And the mother will die. Why shouldn't, you could agree, why don't we just have the baby delivered by cesarean section? You know what a cesarean section is, right?
Yes.
What is a cesarean section?
A C-section?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just put the baby out by C-section instead of terminating it?
Okay, it's an effective debating style. It's not one that I have much respect for. All right, so when the student knew what a C-section was, Charlie Kirk quickly pivoted to another common strategy by addressing allies in the crowd. This is for you guys, with advice on how they should respond to the question if it ever came up in their own lives. So his claim that C-sections are safer than abortions is widely disputed by medical professionals.
It's not safe to do that.
You remove the baby.
I understand.
Threat removed.
I know what a C-section is.
But it's actually safer than an abortion. So every time they say, this is for you guys, they say, oh, you need to have abortion for medical reasons. Respond, then have a C-section.
And then, in a debate with the same student at the University of Tennessee, he shifted to more extreme rhetoric. He called abortion worse than the Holocaust. So by discussing forbidden topics and upholding forbidden arguments, he came across as a muscular and emotionally resonant strategy. Right? This is a powerful strategy to which he regularly returned. Come on, man.
It is never right to justify the mass elimination or termination of people under the guise of saying they're unwanted. That's how we get Auschwitz. That's how we get the greatest horrors of the 20th century. Those people are unwanted.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not. I don't think
it's 45 million babies. It's nearly 8 times worse than the Holocaust. What's the moral difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew who was killed at Auschwitz? What's the moral difference? One is older.
Is a person.
Okay, Luke, pay attention to the chat. So here I go. Let's scroll through the chat. Could Tucker Carlson's cynical, opportunistic insincerity be any more transparent? The smirk, the laugh. I'm not sure he's driven by negative things. I don't have a strong opinion on that. Did Charlie Kirk ever dissent from Trump substantially? No, not really. Was he not a mouthpiece for Trump, largely? I don't know what Michael Tracy's criticism is, but I typically find Michael Tracy very impressive. Yeah, Tucker Carlson's monologues were the best. I like what philosopher Michael Huemer said about Tucker, that he was irresponsible demagogue or a hilarious demagogue. I think that's an accurate and powerful descriptor of Tucker Carlson. Hilarious demagogue. Will Trump be out to go after Adam Schiff? I don't know. Luke, you besmirching the memory of St. Charlie the Tolerant. Well, I think this New York Times debate analysis is pretty fair. Yeah, remember when the Groypers went after Charlie Kirk for having that black veteran on stage with him? Did Charlie Kirk provides samples of this awesome North African lesbian poetry. Has anyone else been killed so shortly after South Park parody? I don't think so. Come on, Luke, notice the chat. Two more months and Charlie would have been talking about the Holodomor. Okay, let's get a little bit more here from... Charlie Kirk mentioned 45 million babies. Presumably a reference to a number of abortions without specifying where or over what time period they took place. When student replied human to his question about what species an embryo is, he claimed victory, saying that implied embryos deserve human rights. So you could call this a turn. Use the other person's words to prove your point. It has more impact when you turn your opponent's arguments to your advantage.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but
therefore they should have human rights.
No.
They should have human rights.
I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans, human rights.
It's not a small human. It's an embryo.
You just said it was a human species.
It's not a living human child.
And you can argue about when does life begin. The more important question, perhaps, I think, reflecting a Jewish approach is when should the right to life begin? Charlie Kirk often borrowed from the Socratic method. He used questions to steer his opponents to their disadvantage. So flustered, the young person conceded ground and he leapt to occupy it. This is great, he said.
Black people are only 13% of the population, yet they commit 55% of the murders. Why?
Because Black people tend to be in lower economic statuses because of
Okay, no, this
CRT.
is fine. This is great.
Basically,
so you think that poverty equals crime?
All right, and even though that is the elite attitude, and yeah, I'm sure there is a relationship between poverty and crime. For example, crime will create a vast amount of poverty.
There's a lot of
this is where we disagree. What an insult to the working poor of this country.
So why do you think Black people commit more crime,
Well, first
Charlie
of all,
Kirk?
Then he tried another tactic. He would use a compelling statistic to demolish a claim about poverty and crime. In this case, that 80% of Black people in America do not have a stable father around. Problem is the statistic is not accurate.
So let me ask you a question as my answer.
Go on.
What percentage of Blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So
80% of Blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a murderer or a criminal.
And we found at least 4 other times that Kirk used a variation of this inaccurate statistic in debates. Come on, man.
In 1964, right before the passage of the Civil Rights Act, 75% of Black youth had a dad around. Now it's 25%. But 75% of Black youth are not raised with a father in the home. Right before the Civil Rights Act passed, about 24% of Black children were born without a father. Now it's upwards of 70%. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that 1 in 4 Black kids will have a father around. Only 1 in 4. In 1964...
So studies show that less than half of Black children live without a father at home as of 2023. Historically, that number has not risen above 65%, and it does not account for fathers who may not live with their children, such as after a divorce, but may otherwise be a regular presence in their life. And because his opponent was unable to fact-check Charlie Kirk in real time, she was forced to concede and debate in a framework that was not grounded in reality. So Charlie Kirk would often offer, I'm going to prove it to you, but what he did not follow through on that promise. He would make some categorically unprovable assertion about the differences between women and men, including what women discuss when they have lunch. By playing up stereotypes, he was able to effectively push emotional buttons. He would engage in sensory overload. I notice Eric Stryker does this a lot. So it's challenging to rebut this because it forces opponents to massively concede points.
Will women be as good at engineering as men, person for person?
not necessarily. But
okay, well then, how is that different than the Secret Service example?
Well, the problem is that
because the male mind is wired different than the female mind. By the way, men will never be as good. Hold on, I'll prove it to you. Men will never be as good at counseling or psychology sessions as women. Men will never be good at nursing or elementary school education as women. We have certain giftings because our brain is wired a certain way. Women are far better gifted at micro topics, so individual connection, empathetic type conversations, healing people that past trauma and wound. Men are much better at macro topics, right? Trying to build a building, put a skyscraper up, trying to talk geopolitics. And I'll prove it to you. When you go and you see 5 women eating lunch, they're probably talking about micro topics, conversations they had, relationships, friendships. Men, they're talking about politics, sports, or the stock market.
I would largely agree with what Charlie Kirk was saying there. Charlie Kirk looks strikingly composed. He's armed with enough rhetorical weapons and poise that he never seems to lose, but his videos were not always so predictable.
Capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe. No. What do I do? I get charity every single year. Hold on. What's my salary? Hold on. Less than his.
Charlie, take it.
Come on, Cenk, let's go.
Charlie,
Then, over the next few years, he refined his debating skills and picked up vast stores of confidence and kept his composure. And his skill and his polish stood out when taking on idealistic undergraduates with little to no debating experience. This clip from 2025, he answers the question, why do you like Trump so much? By calmly and methodically overwhelming his opponent with a litany of memorized talking points delivered at high speed, a technique that tends to be connotative of intelligence to audiences.
Down 99.9%. Oil is down. Inflation is down. Price of eggs is down. We're going to see peace between Russia and Ukraine. We're going to have a tax cut, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no men and female sports, no chemical castration, drill, baby, drill. Next question. Thank you very much.
Last year, Charlie Kirk sat down for what would be one of his most viral debates against what he described as 20 work college kids in a staged event by the media company Jubilee. He's at the top of his game. He leads off by asking his opponent to define a woman while debating the topic, trans women are not women. This full debate video has wrapped up more than 37 million views. And it's often described as Charlie Kirk owning and destroying his liberal opponents.
Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of how...
No, it's not. A table is an object.
Well,
a table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know.
The moment he was shot, Charlie Kirk was about 20 minutes into another Prove Me Wrong debate. And now his Turning Point USA organization is going to be run by his widow, Erica Kirk.
Right? Mm-hmm. And if we can do that together, we can escape the prisoner's dilemma and build a more honest, bullshit-free world. And so that's what I'm trying to do with my Substack, is to try to create common knowledge of this bullshit, to try to burst.
See, I'm much more at ease and much more interested in this type of academic analysis than what I find cheap, lowbrow point-scoring debates.
The bullshit bubble, so that we can all escape this prisoner's dilemma together.
You know, in Hofstadter's Go to Lesser Bach, he talks about the tit for tat model with prisoner's dilemma. And then they used to have these prisoner's dilemma gaming things, and for computer
groups have been trying to do it, since the dawn of humanity. Every social movement is essentially an attempt to build a new social norm.
Yeah, this is important, right? Every social movement is trying to build a new social norm, and it's very hard to do.
Some of them are successful, some of them are not. And I wish I had the answer of what it is that makes it successful and what it is that doesn't, but I really don't. It's an extremely difficult and complicated social science question. But what I can say is that there needs to be an incentive for everyone who's a part of the group to enforce the norm. It needs to be in their interests to enforce the new norm. You need to get status in some way for following the norm, and you need to lose status for failing to follow it. The best ways of getting out of this cycle of bullshit is to sort of see ourselves from the third person, is to see ourselves as a different person and not as ourselves, because we're so much better at spotting the bullshit in other people than we are at spotting it in ourselves. Totally. And really the only way we can spot it in ourselves is to sort of treat ourselves as someone else, right? You know, to send a voice memo to yourself as if you were sending a message to someone else, right? And there was a paper I was reading that even just the simple act of referring to yourself in the third person can sort of cause that mental shift. I know it makes you sound like a jackass, you know, David likes that. So, you know, that's part of why I'm hesitant to actually endorse it, but it might help you break out of it a little bit to you know, talk about yourself in the third person. You know, for you to say, David, you're being a jackass. David, of course.
And so one of the things that I did find that I thought you'd be interested in is who are the people who are best at calling bullshit and seeing bullshit? Special forces, emergency room doctors, anyone, and traders. People who trade on Wall Street, right? Because in two cases, it's truly life and death, right? If you get it wrong and you're the ER doc, your patient dies. If you're a special force, you get it wrong, your colleagues, your brothers die. And if you're a trader, it's a fictional death, right? Yeah. Your money dies. And so one of the interesting things about that, though, that I've thought, and I don't have empirical evidence for this, so let's be careful. This is a hunch of mine, but the people that I've known in those capacities are all really funny. What do you think that humor has to do with this whole thing that we're talking about?
Yeah, there's so much to say there. Where do I begin? Yeah, I think humor and calling out bullshit, I think they're almost interchangeable. I think, for one, I think one of the only ways that we can call out bullshit in a way that is safe, in a way that isn't going to be too offensive and threatening to people, is to frame it in a humorous way, to couch it at a joke. You know, the jester that pokes fun at the king in a humorous way and can, you know, couch some clever satire of the political regime in the comedy routine. And I think comedians have been doing that throughout the ages. Humor is a wonderful way of revealing otherwise threatening or unsettling truths in a way that's more palatable to hear. I think that's part of it. The other part of it is, I think what humor is ultimately the detection of a whoopsie. You know, some kind of mistake that we're making. Some kind of mix-up. And the reason why we laugh is we want to all coordinate and get on the same page about what the whoopsie was. And the bigger the potential whoopsie, the bigger the laughter, because we all really need to make sure not to make that whoopsie. You know, like, yeah, I'm not going to make that whoopsie. No. And so one of my favorite ways of coping with the horror of the human condition is to find a way to laugh at it. That they were doing that, they would fail to win the opinion game and their status would be lowered. So we have to somehow fight over social norms while concealing the fact that we're fighting over social norms. We have to pursue our own self-interest and social status while concealing the fact that we're pursuing our self-interest and social status. And this, I think, is why we all sort of know deep down that opinions are bullshit. When someone is sharing their opinion with us, we can sort of tell deep down that they're trying to, you know, boost their status and look superior. But we cannot call them out on that, because if we did, we would look mean and we would look like we were trying to gain status over them. And then that would lower our status. It's this really complicated.
It's interesting that even a pushback against the status game or the opinion game breaks the rule so much that even if somebody on the other side is playing it, as long as they're playing it in a sufficiently culpably deniable way, you don't get to break the... Are you familiar with improv? Did I do this last time? There's
sure.
There's an idea from improv called "Don't Punk the Game," And it's the one thing that you're never allowed to do. David, Chris, you're on a ship. You're cleaning the deck. And I'm there going, oh, God, it's so cold out here, isn't it? And you go, I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, no, you fucking punked the game. You could pretend that it was too hot. You could have said, oh, yeah, it really is very cold. I'm glad I've got my thick coat on or whatever, right, in improv. Mm-hmm. But you can't punk the game. And punking the game is we're playing a game of tennis, hitting the ball back and forth, and you hit the ball sideways or you hit it straight up in the air. It's like, no. Like, we're playing this sort of relatively linear game. I never thought of the fact that status game is this sort of concealed way, or opinions are a way to sort of covertly conceal the fact that we're playing for status, putting it back and forth. But even in the act of criticizing, unless the person opposite you, unless you say, dude, this is like, you're only saying this because you believe in that. Unless that person has done something that makes it obvious that they're doing it, that the case for the prosecution on your side has a good case to be able to sort of justify it. That sounds like you are disregarding the higher order, refined search of truth and beauty and art and fulfillment and whatever.
Yep.
Oh, no, they're playing a game of social norms. You're playing a game of personal status. Oh, you look like the one who is actually the very shallow, vapid seeker of credibility.
Exactly. If pointing out someone's status motive lowers their status and increases your status, well, then that itself can be seen as a status tactic, right? And it often is. And not only that, it can be very threatening to the person that you're calling out because you're threatening to lower their status. You're threatening to make their status game collapse. So what happens when we all realize that a status game is a status game? Well, the players no longer...
See, you blokes, you're playing status games and opinion games. I'm just seeking truth and the good of humanity. My own state is completely irrelevant to me, but I will admit a little insecurity today, a need to like kind of up my sex appeal. So if you're wondering, that's why I've got 2 buttons unbuttoned at the top of my shirt today. I just felt I needed to do something to just drive up the sexual tension on this show.
Gain status for playing it because being seen as a status seeker lowers your status. And those at the top of the hierarchy, their status gets lowered because they're seen as the ickiest, most vainglorious, most selfish status seekers of all. And so the hierarchy kind of gets inverted a little bit when the status game is called out as a status game. So everybody who is playing that game has a vested interest in keeping it stable and protecting it against attacks. So if you try to attack a person's status game and call out their sacred values as hollow and full of shit, obviously they're going to get extremely threatened and angry, and they're going to try to silence you. Right? Yeah.
Just the weird thing, remembering our last conversation about why everything is bullshit, very meta, that you hold, why do you behave in this sort of a way? We're not transparent to ourselves. Also, other people, given that we're not transparent to ourselves, other people definitely certainly aren't transparent to us either. So we don't know us, and we don't know others. If you understand the metagame, which is most opinions are campaigns for a movement in social norms in a direction that in some way is probably going to benefit you or your cohort, or derogate other person or their cohort.
Yep.
That, as just a general rule overall, to pattern match what most people are doing, seems to be one particular way to do it. But outside of that, I can't actually see a way to better diagnose why you think the things you think, or why other people think the things that they think.
Yeah, no, it can be pretty depressing and disorienting, for sure. Yeah. I think we should be troubled about, most of our beliefs being bullshit. I think we should have more humility because most of what we think probably is wrong. But if there is one way to have true beliefs in our head, or to be confident that we know what's really going on, it's by creating a set of social incentives that promote truth. So the scientific...
Yeah, I love incentives. I love structures. I want people to receive the fullest amount of incentives possible to do the right thing and to not do the wrong thing.
Method. And the status games surrounding academia and scientific research, winning the Nobel Prize if you make an important discovery and it's replicated, those are really powerful status incentives that drive scientists. And when those status incentives are perverse, you can get things like the replication crisis, where you get status for pumping out low-quality publications that don't replicate. Guess what happens when those are the incentives? Well, you're going to get low-quality publications that don't replicate. So the incentive structure of science and academia has to be just right for promoting truth.
Well,
but
do you not have, I was going to say, do you not have now in what? When did replication crisis really, really ramp up? Like 2016, 2018, something like that?
Yeah, around then, yeah.
Okay. Now, the big meta is, well, you need to make sure that things can replicate. So whereas previously it was pumping out lots of low-quality, weirdly powered, p-hacked, like bullshit studies, now where you get most of your status from is being the person who proves that this low-powered study from 30 years ago, Zombardo, actually it was this, that it didn't quite work and it wasn't pre-registered and all the rest of it. So we've gone from sort of the pioneer sphere to the critique sphere now.
Yes.
So is that, do you just...
And you'll be pretty shocked to learn that the people who gained status by publishing BS studies were not thrilled when this received some blowback.
See this as the bar stool got turned upside down and everything's inverted and people are now playing a new game because that's kind of the new meta.
Absolutely. That is very well put. I think that's exactly what happened. I think that's a good thing, though. It's good that the status game got turned upside down and now you get status for, failing to replicate others' work.
Balance the scales a little bit.
Balance the scales. But what's interesting, and this is bringing back to your point about how calling out the game often can be disadvantageous, when people were originally starting to call bullshit on these bad studies and publish failed replication attempts, they were actually heavily attacked and criticized. Their character was attacked. They were called replication bullies, the replication police, methodological terrorists. I know this because I was in one function of sharing opinions might be to test people's loyalty, to see if they share your preferences, if they have the same interests, if they're playing the same status game, if they're going to benefit from the social norm that you're advancing in addition to you, well, then that makes them a good ally. You have common interests. In the same way that, nations who are economically interdependent are more likely to team up with each other. People who are socially interdependent, who have common interests in particular status games, those people make better allies, and they're going to feel closer to each other if they share the same opinions. They echo each other's opinions. And oftentimes, because these games get so complicated, we pretend to hold opinions that we don't actually hold so as not to alienate potential social allies. You might express an opinion and I might pretend to agree with it so that you feel closer to me, so we might form an alliance that I might benefit from, even if, we don't actually have common interests, agree with you than the other person. So if you look at presidential debates and the post-debate analysis, it is very clear that these debates are not about the contents of public policy. When people analyze the debates, they're like, oh, he looked really great in this moment. He was really presidential. Or it's like, oh, yeah, he looked really confident. This was a great one-liner. They're not talking about whether their beliefs are correct or whether their policy preferences are actually going to promote the common good. They're talking about which one looked better, right? And so what I think what presidential debates are competitions to be quippier and more confident and more likable and more attractive to the American people, particularly your constituents, perhaps the people who are on the fence. They're not really about policy or about getting to the truth of what policies are actually, the dark things that politics often brings out of us.
What's deepity, or what is a deepity? This is a word that I didn't even know existed before I read some of your stuff.
It's a wonderful word. It's a great and helpful concept. It's a great way to detect bullshit in the world and avoid falling prey to it. So the word deepity was originally coined by the philosopher Daniel Dennett. And his example of a deepity was love is just a word. And what makes it a deepity is that it has two interpretations. One interpretation is absolutely mind-blowing, earth-shattering, world-changing. It boggles the mind. It makes you, in fact, it's extremely implausible. It's almost certainly wrong, right? And that interpretation is the emotion of love, our heartfelt feelings of desire, lust, romantic commitment, all of our courtship rituals, all of our songs about love, all that is just 4 letters. It's just a puff of air from our mouths. It's not actually an emotion. It's just a word. That is almost certainly wrong. But boy, if it were true, that would change everything, right? And then there's another way you can interpret love as just a word, which is that the word love is just a word, which is obviously true. Obviously, the word love is just a word. Every word is just a word, right? It's not conveying any information. And so what makes it a deepity is sort of toggling back and forth between these two interpretations of love is just a word. So you go to the mind-boggling interpretation, that makes no sense at all. And then you go to the more plausible interpretation, like, oh, that makes sense. And when you go back and forth between those interpretations, you create the illusion of insight, the illusion of resolving confusion and getting to something true. It's sort of like going in and out of a hot tub on a cold night, right? That the hot tub is more pleasurable when you get out and experience a little bit of cold. And then when you're in the hot tub, it feels pleasurable to get out of the hot tub a little bit, right? So when you toggle between confusion and understanding by saying something vague with multiple interpretations, you can create the kind of pleasure of getting in and out of a hot tub, but you get the pleasure of being confused and then resolving the confusion, right?
You had an insight that was data-seeking and self-gratification, splurging on a vacation or pivoting to a more competitive career. There's no logical connection between life is short and hedonism and risk-taking are good.
All right, that deepity thing, it's like the Martin Bailey. There's a reasonable explanation for something, and then there is the exciting explanation. That which is exciting and interesting is usually not reasonable and truthful. So I love this guy, David Pinsof, man, this psychologist out of UCLA. I'm so impressed by him. I haven't encountered anything that I would regard as a political bias so far. So I love my Judaism. I love this Everything is BS by David Pinsof. So how do I reconcile these two loves? How do I reconcile a traditional God-centered, Torah-centric worldview versus LOL, nothing matters? And I feel like Torah helps me see through the shtus, the nonsense of the secular world. And these two perspectives, traditional Judaism, David Pinsof's Everything is BS worldview, they look like opposites. But how can they work together? And so Pinsof specializes in exposing how people rationalize, posture, and self-deceive to win status games. And this fits in, I think, quite well with any traditional perspective on life that recognizes that human nature is not basically good. So Pinsof's perspective doesn't mean that tradition, community, and belief in Torah is worthless. It just means that you should have some skepticism about why people say what they say. And Judaism is not primarily about just a set of abstract claims. It is a lived system of law, of ritual, identity, community. And it exists and persists over centuries precisely because it delivers coherence, solidarity, meaning. Orthodox Judaism is all about the action. It's about the deed. You keep the Sabbath, you keep kosher, you pray. And this bloke's skepticism mostly cuts down the nonsense justifications that people often give. Right, in Orthodox Judaism, there's a great deal of transparency. Right, you bind yourself to heaven, to the Torah, to Torah commandments, to mitzvot, and you gain respect in the community by contributing to the community, by getting in continuity with your ancestors, and by aligning with the divine will. Right, this doesn't make it BS. It makes it one of the most durable, honest ways to live a life. So it's good to have some skepticism about your own motives, other people's claims. At the same time, we all need structure and community. So what are the new status games that we're playing in 2025? So as ChatGPT, it notes health and optimization. So biohacking, cold plunges, intermittent fasting, wearables like Whoop and Aura. Longevity is a flex, right? Not just about fitness, but blood panels, peptides, lifespan extension. People competing for status over their recovery scores and biomarkers, the way that they once did with expensive watches and cars. Knowledge and curated taste. So moving out of mass popular culture, now you make your own kombucha or kefir. Right? You read the right long form or obscure book. It shows that you got cultural capital more than just referencing some Netflix show. Right? You have tech fluency without being cringe. Right? You don't just know AI tools, but you have a personal stack and a workflow that makes you look more like someone who's highly competent but not a hustler. So the flex is a subtle adoption. It's not hype. Where you live is a big signal. If you live in Austin or Lisbon or Mexico City or Miami, do you live in a cool neighborhood? Social proof via screenshots, people who DM'd you, who you're collaborating with. And saying that you're offline is now a status signal. Oh, I don't use social media much, or I only check Twitter once a week. That is its own flex. It's an inverted status game. Free-range parenting, gentle parenting, screen-free homes, sending your kids to Montessori schools. These are all status flexes. Type of cookware that you use, such as Our Place or Made In. These are status flexes, demonstrating that you have low-carbon habits. You own nothing but sustainable brands. Right? It shows your good taste and your restraint.
Is that an example of deepity? A
Yes.
deepity?
I think so. So there are multiple ways to interpret the sentence, you only live once. One of it is just, one interpretation is obvious, right? Like, of course we only live once. Of course we're all going to die. That is, we want to look more virtuous than our competitors in the social marketplace. So there is a competition for moral superiority. And we find tons of clever and creative ways to signal our virtue to one another, and in turn to see through those signals as bullshit occasionally.
Would this constitute an example of a status game then?
Yeah, I think virtue games are a kind of status game. Will Storr has a wonderful book where he talks about status games, and he carves it up into 3 different categories: success games, virtue games, and dominance games. I think that's a pretty good way of carving it up. I might add a few more, like surrounding, say, epistemic status games, I think is another one. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to carve it up.
So epistemology, and the word epistemic refers to how do we know what we know?
Epistemic status games, what does that mean exactly? Would that be something that you find among, for example, intellectuals and academics?
Yeah, I think so. So we trust certain sources of information more than others. We deem them more credible, more reliable, more trustworthy. And there are huge benefits to being seen as a credible and reliable source of information. There are benefits to being seen as reasonable and rational. And so a lot of the status games that intellectuals play with one another are competitions to be more reasonable, more thoughtful, more epistemically credible and reliable, more meticulous, those types of competitions. There's actually a surprising scarcity of academic literature on epistemic status games. I feel like there should be tons more on this topic. But I think it's because it's the water that intellectuals swim in that they have a hard time seeing it.
So one thing that you mentioned in your not your paper, your post, is that when kinds of strategies do we employ?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to do, as you can imagine, to look virtuous without looking like you were trying to look virtuous. It's a pretty difficult hoop to jump through. But we find all sorts of clever and creative ways of jumping through it. There's a hilarious episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where Ted Danson donates anonymously, I think it was to an art museum, and then he proceeds to tell everyone that he was the person who donated anonymously, thereby obviating his anonymous donation. And yet he still got tons of status, and he got extra status for donating anonymously. And by that logic, he upstaged his rival, Larry David, who donated conspicuously by putting his name on the wing. And so Ted Danson ended up gaining more status than Larry.
Behavior, I guess that even primarily because we also need to sometimes explain our own behavior and our motives to other people because other people need explanations. But also, I guess that even psychologically speaking, for our own psychological well-being, we also need to sort of integrate things within a personal narrative of some kind. I mean, do you agree with that? And if so, I mean, those kinds of narratives that we might create.
And that is often more in the interests of higher status people than lower status or embittered.
Right. People who have high status want to protect the status game, and people who don't have high status are incentivized to decode and deconstruct and diminish the status game.
People. Which is
if you're winning at the game of status, then you want to venerate it and encourage it and protect it and defend it. If you're losing at a particular status game, then you're strongly incentivized to diminish it.
While you might expect lower status or embittered people to favor more cynical and nihilistic ideas that challenge the prevailing sacred narratives. Sorry, could you repeat the question? Because I feel like I got sidetracked.
Yeah, no.
We, in doing that, often convince ourselves of all sorts of things, and that helps us to more effectively convince others if and when we're ever put on the stand or put on trial, so to speak. So that's another function of them. There are probably other functions. I think coordination may be one of them. All of us getting on the same page. Status games themselves depend on coordination. We all need to agree on what is high status or what is low status. And you could imagine all day here, I mean, we are one of the judgiest, probably the judgiest species on the planet. The number of traits and dimensions on which we judge each other is enormous and bewildering. But yeah, I mean, I could go on all day. Honesty, kindness, fairness, generosity, bravery, loyalty, cleverness, sense of humor, self-awareness. I could go on all day.
Majority opinion, if we express certain minority tastes, for example, do you think that
expressing an opinion, I think, is to shape social norms in our favor? So at this point, it might be.
So we're always trying to reconstruct the environment and community around us to better fit in with our particular group interest, individual interest, and hero system.
Helpful to backtrack and think about what norms are. I think norms are just widely shared opinions. You could think of opinions as pieces or fragments of norms. And when everyone shares the same opinion, you get a full-fledged norm. So if opinions are just the judgments we make about other people based on their preferences, then when we all share the same opinion, then we're all going to make the same judgments about each other based on what we do. So if we all share the opinion that McDonald's is great, that McDonald's eaters are authentic and honest and blunt, and they tell it like it is, and they don't virtue signal, well, that's going to create a social norm among our group to like and eat at McDonald's. To science, but
and this is great. He describes science as a status game.
I think it may well apply. So I do agree that science is a status game, and it's a particular kind of status game that truth emerges from over time. And that's what makes it so wonderful and beneficial to us. But at the end of the game, it still is a status game. Scientists gain status for making new discoveries and advancing new theories that end up being judged as correct. And so you could think of scientific hypotheses and theories as opinions, insofar as the scientist makes negative judgments about the people who agree with that theory and, positive judgments about the people who agree with that theory and negative judgments about the people who disagree with that theory, then you could call that theory an opinion. And currently, there are efforts to try to correct those incentives. So there are multiple projects being undertaken to try to replicate others' work. There are institutions for trying to reward replication work with greater status. Journals are starting to publish replication work more frequently than they used to. There are incentives for not p-hacking, so for pre-registering your hypotheses so that you can't, twiddle with the statistics until you get the result you want. You have to say what statistics you're going to run in advance and then run those exact statistics. So that's another positive development. Sample sizes have gotten larger, which is good. I think we are correctly focusing more on effect sizes rather than p-values. This is more in the weeds here, but I think lots of positive developments have taken place in the wake of the replication crisis to try to correct these incentives so that the truth will emerge more effectively. There's still plenty of work to be done. There's still plenty of problems, but I think it's headed in the right direction.
And so, and this will be my last question, do you think that then if people, scientists, philosophers of science, were aware of this more evolutionary take on incentives and opinions, that perhaps they would develop better and new ways of doing science?
Well, it is my opinion that that is correct, and it is, of course, my self-serving opinion, as most opinions are, that is correct, because I'm an evolutionary psychologist, and so touting the virtues of evolutionary psychology is in my status interests. But yes, despite the fact that this opinion is self-interested, I do think it is correct. I think the best, or perhaps the only way to understand human nature, the human condition, is by viewing it correctly as the product of natural selection. I think that is the source of humanity.
Hey, you got a super chat from Pottybots. Thanks for the Sunday stream, Luke. Now, you're probably wondering, 40, what are the most high-status TV shows to talk about right now? ChatGPT says Severance, right, on Apple TV, Adolescence on Netflix, Alien, the sci-fi pick of 2025, Task. I love Task on HBO on Sunday nights. Only Murders in the Building, The Lowdown, haven't seen that. The Paper, I enjoyed The Paper as a spin-off from The Office. The Pit, I love that, one of the new medical dramas. So if you say you love Succession, Severance, The Crown, signals that you're plugged into serious culture. And Aaron Renn, the Protestant thinker who I've become a big fan of over the last 6 months, he notes that more successful people are able to let go of feuds more easily. So you saw the right coming together at Charlie Kirk's memorial service. So you had Donald Trump and Elon Musk sitting together. You had Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson talking for the first time in years. High-functioning, high-status people seem to let go of feuds easily when it is their advantage to do so. And it's the Democratic Party consultant Dan Turrentine on Mark Alperin's show who often notes that the remarkable thing about Donald Trump's movement is that it is stronger now than when it started 10 years ago, and contrast that with the alt-right, which just split apart because people could not let go of their feuds. So conservative talking heads like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro achieved great success because they learned to get along, while dissidents on the dissident right, they largely divided up in largely pointless feuds. So Dennis Prager has made his first public appearance. I kind of wish I never saw this video. Why do you think he released this?
And every day since that.
Yeah.
And I don't expect God to intervene in everyone's life.
Long story short, Dennis does not seem to have changed his opinion on anything since having a fall November 12 of last year and being rendered a paraplegic.
It would render life meaningless. Then what was God supposed to do? Suspend the laws of gravity? I was philosophically prepared for a catastrophe. Anyway, people should read my...
And it's a lot easier to be prepared for a catastrophe if you've got a big support system and a lot of people who love you.
My happiness book. So that's the answer to the question. Have I changed my mind in any way? I haven't.
All right, very few people in their 70s, and Dennis Prager's almost 80. Right, very few people this old ever change their minds.
Do you have any physical pain?
I have physical pain. Not right this minute. It's sporadic. Oh, I watched a lot of Charlie.
Oh, so here he talks about the podcast that he listens to.
Not in order of importance. So, Douglas Murray, Ben Shapiro, Trigonometry.
That's Konstantin Kisin.
Konstantin Kisin. Yeah, they interviewed me. I'm on there. They have a lot of views on that one. I think 500,000. Just on.
So one of the signifiers you're dealing with a guru is very focused on metrics. That, if it's got a lot of views, it must mean that it has significance.
YouTube. They're very intelligent. The two of them is.
I mean, that's hilarious. I don't want to speak ill of Dennis Prager, but I just can't imagine spending my time listening to podcasts by Ben Shapiro, Douglas Murray, and Trigonometry.
His sidekick, Francis. Oh, I watched a lot of Charlie Kirk.
I can't imagine watching a lot of Charlie Kirk. I would find that unbearable. I agree with Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Douglas Murray, Dennis Prager about almost everything, but I would so much rather spend my time listening to something with depth than profundity and substance.
I was so impressed with how
he was very impressed with Charlie Kirk's debating tactics. It's just not something that I appreciate, respect.
How he dealt at length with students and universities at which he spoke.
I'm just not a big fan of polemics and using all these debating tricks.
Who differed with him, and how respectful he was of them. The charge that he promoted hate is among the most vile of the many lies of the left.
Look, if you simply have a left-wing hero system, you would normally naturally see Charlie Kirk promoting hatred. If you have a left-wing hero system, you would normally naturally be glad that one of your biggest enemies was no longer on the scene. And you should also have enough wisdom not to publicly state that.
He promoted respect. That's what he promoted. I'm just trying to think about what else. Oh, Megyn Kelly. I watch her a lot. And I watch TBN. TBN has... Anyway, I did think Charlie and I had something special. He dedicated his forthcoming book, which will tragically end up his last book.
So I kind of like and respect that Dennis is so open and proud of his accomplishments and is willing to boast. All right, I just think it's very human.
Making the case for Shabbat observance for Gentiles, and especially for Christians. And he dedicating the book to me because he got the whole idea of Shabbat from me, which he acknowledges. We both spoke at Arizona State University, and his whole speech was on why.
Right, so when someone gets big metrics and big success, right, you are naturally incentivized to play up how close you are to such a person.
People should observe Shabbat. And I mean Friday night to Saturday night.
Yeah.
He was not talking about Sunday. He was talking about the Torah Shabbat. And I figure, wow, if all I did was influence Charlie Kirk, I've influenced millions. So that was a wonderful feeling. Anyway, he would go out of his way to visit me. But then I heard all these other people saying how close they were to Charlie. And I don't negate that at all. But what I said for an audio that I made for Erica, I told the story about Rabbi Joseph Telushkin.
And Dennis was quite disappointed they didn't play his audio at the big Sunday memorial service.
I thought the world of him. Do you know that Charlie listened to all 260 hours of my Torah commentary?
Dennis, I did too. I probably listened to it on average 3 times. Why don't you tell the world about that? How much you influenced me and my movie, What Women Want.
He claimed that no one has listened to me more than Charlie Kirk himself. That meant a lot to me. And he would then call me and ask me to clarify a point. and I spoke for his group very often. It's a beautiful thing to see thousands of college students who share our values.
What's crazy is that people have accused Charlie Kirk and even the folks at Turning Point USA for being fascist and Nazis. It is so crazy. How do you describe a 31-year-old?
It's not crazy. Different people experience the world differently. Different people have different hero systems. Depending on how you experience the world and what is the nature of your hero system and what are the incentives operating within your community and what was the effect of imprinting on you early in life, you will then respond to reality differently than Dennis Prager.
Who is so focused, obsessed with doing the moral thing. He would fly out here to spend time with you.
So I think the New York Times analysis of Charlie Kirk's debating tactics was much more profound than this.
To really gauge on how to make the moral decision, yet the left accuses this young man with the most ridiculous charges and Jew hatred. And so you have on one side of the equation Jews who may be overreacting, calling anybody, or there is an alleged claim that Jews are calling anybody an anti-Semite simply for not agreeing with them on policies regarding Bibi Netanyahu.
And Megyn Kelly is saying this, and Tucker Carlson is saying this, but who are the Jews who are claiming that any criticism of Bibi and Israel is anti-Semitic? All right, I'm just unaware.
And Israel. And so, for example, Megyn Kelly and even Charlie Kirk felt that
the Jews who accused Charlie Kirk or Megyn Kelly of being anti-Semitic were fools.
And let me add, we have no idea who they are. I still don't.
Right. They're invoked, but we have no idea if there are any actual such persons.
So, Dennis, but what's your comment about people who are accusing Megyn Kelly, let's say, or have accused Charlie Kirk of turning on Israel or being anti-Semitic, or maybe even not anti-Semitic, but turning against the Jews?
If you think Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk have been anti-Semitic, you're out of your mind. You are.
So Scott Greer, who's a pagan and a member of the distant right, was watching the Charlie Kirk memorial service, and he's noticing that increasing sections of the American right love to talk about demons, right? He had a demon attacking Tucker Carlson in his sleep. Think about how much more exciting that is, right? How you're able to imbue the mundane with much more significance if you didn't sleep poorly because of sleep apnea. No, you were wrestling with demons. So if you're constantly searching for what's interesting and exciting, you'll also get that which is trashy, meretricious, pseudo-profound, and nonsensical. If instead you optimize for truth, you get to skip this nonsense. So Scott Greer watched the Charlie Kirk memorial service, and his fixation on demons has become the defining characteristic of the new religious right. Because it's fun. It's exciting. And it literally demonizes the enemy. Now, for the higher IQ crowd, it seems silly. But MAGA, by being a below average IQ movement, right, or the Republican Party by moving down in IQ in its political message, right, it's been a winning formula. So the MAGA religious right is more eager to provide state funding for exorcists than to repeal gay marriage. And so Megyn Kelly, right, like many of the successful talkers on the right, she's following her audience down market. Right? She was once the face of moderate girl boss republicanism. Now she greatly fears hexes and demonic forces interfering with political affairs. So when you talk about demons, in part, it's an identity performance, right? Calling or your opponent's demonic. It collapses politics, culture, religion, spirituality into one category of cosmic struggle. So you're not just a political partisan, you're an embattled warrior in a spiritual war. You get to erase all boundaries between yourself and the world. Right? All of life becomes more exciting because you're in such a dramatic battle in the spiritual world. So we've moved from the moral majority to motley crew Christianity. Right? The former religious right was all buttoned up, wary of sounding crazy and careful to present Christianity as respectable. Today's Christianity delights in being outrageous, and talking about demons is part of this style shift. It shows that you're defying liberal norms, you don't care about mainstream ridicule, you're willing to burn those boats to respectability. Right? We now have a flamboyant Christianity. And the vibe is clear. The theology may be muddled, but the vibe is clear. We don't care if you think this sounds nuts. It's fun, it's powerful, and it makes us feel alive. Talking about demons is a partisan shorthand. And one question is, do we have a genuine Christian revival here, or do we just have cosplay? Right now, it looks more like cosplay than a religious revival. And it reflects the joys and excitement of a porous performative identity. You get to turn politics into an exorcism. You get to turn your everyday grievances into supernatural battles. It's not your father's religious right. It's Donald Trump Christianity, loud and theatrical, built for an online age. So I was doing some research into the James Comey indictment. Apparently 142 Republican presidential administration officials have been indicted by grand juries since 1968 versus how many Democrats? 3. 142 to 3. But the fact checkers such as PolitiFact say, yeah, this is factually true, but this is just because the Republicans have more scandals. This is not about grand jury prejudice. So what type of people have the time and the inclination to sit on these grand juries? Maybe they are disproportionately left-wing activists. Right. I will give the left and the mainstream media credit. It does seem that these indictments against James Comey seem muddled, unimpressive. It does feel like this indictment is based more on Donald Trump's personal vendetta than on the pursuit of justice. And this is a bad thing for many reasons, including that it encourages those who work for Donald Trump to engage in similarly petty behavior. And I agree with Dan Turrentine that people in the political middle hate this sort of thing. They hated the lawfare against Trump, and now they hate Donald Trump's lawfare. So there's a novelist who published a piece in the Financial Times this weekend, noting that in America, lawyers are rivaled only by politicians as the most hated professional group. And what tech bros and the populists have in common is an attitude of hatred for lawyers. They want to wipe out the old elites. They want to move America away from control by lawyers and technocrats, and in the process, create an illiberal democracy.
Charitably, you're paranoid. And
all right, I love this Alliance theory of political belief systems. This is my favorite theory for political belief systems. I think it just beats the pants off Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations theory.
Pattern to this alliance structure. How can we explain how all these groups hang together in the way they do in the United States in the year 2025? Well, we might ask the same question about a female friend group at a local high school. Why is Kayla besties with Avery while Mia is frenemies with Avery and Kayla told Avery about her crush? Or we can ask the same question about the alliance structure in a chimpanzee society. If you haven't seen the Netflix docuseries Chimp Empire, I highly recommend it. So there are many alliances and betrayals in this docuseries. We might ask the question, why did Jackson form an alliance with Miles and not Abrams? And why did Abrams share meat with Gus but not Miles and Jackson? Or we might ask the same question about the alliance structure in Game of Thrones. This is a diagram made by a superfan of Game of Thrones, mapping all the alliances and betrayals between the different characters in the different houses in Game of Thrones. So we might ask, what is the deeper pattern here? What I want to argue is that the answer could easily be nothing. there doesn't need to be a deeper pattern here. I think as scientists, we should stop looking for one. Politics is not like Star Wars with the dark side and the light side. Politics is like Mean Girls, Game of Thrones, and Chimp Empire. Also, the American alliance structure is far from inevitable. The military is not always right-coded. There are many radical left-wing movements in Latin America, like Chavismo in Venezuela or Peronism in Argentina, that were actually led by former military leaders and championed a kind of militaristic socialism. College professors are not always left-coded. During the early 20th century, they supported the eugenics movement that involved an opposition to immigration because they were of inferior stock. Christian fundamentalists in big business, not a natural alliance by any stretch of the imagination. Religious traditionalism, including opposition to abortion and gay rights, is actually more often associated with left-wing economic views if you look across culture.
So this notion that abortion is murder is an exceptional belief in Christian history. It was the product of some cynical strategizing by Republican political consultants, and then millions of Christians came to buy it. But prior to about 1975, very, very few Christians regarded abortion as murder. But it was a very powerful political strategy for organizing opposition to liberalism and getting people to vote for Republicans. And then less thoughtful people took it literally.
Cultures, particularly in Central Europe and Latin America. The alliance between these two groups in America is quite unusual. Feminists and ethnic minorities. Surely they're natural allies. Not necessarily. During the women's suffrage movement, many feminists actually excluded African Americans from protests and did not like the idea of black men voting. Environmentalists, surely they're always left-coded. Well, no. During the 1980s and 1990s, Green parties in Central and Eastern Europe arose in opposition to Soviet industrial policy. The Soviets were not very eco-friendly. And these groups formed alliances with anti-communists and right-wing nationalists. This is true of Latvia and Estonia during this time period. The ethnic majority, surely they're always right-coded. Surely opposition to immigration and ethnic minorities is a right-coded thing. No. Economic leftism is often fused with ethnic nationalism. This was true of Australia's Labour Party prior to the 1970s. More recently, it's true of Slovakia's Direction Social Democracy Party and Italy's Five Star Movement. If you're an Italian and you're a socialist, you're likely to oppose immigration. Also, the alliance structure wasn't always like this. We have a historical record, and we know that this isn't written in stone. At the beginning of the 20th century, the South was actually left-coded. It was a Democratic stronghold. Southern Democrats were known as Dixiecrats. African Americans were actually more loyal to the party of Lincoln for understandable historical reasons. Devout Christians were actually evenly distributed between the parties. Religiosity per se was not a major political issue, although denominational differences mattered. Then in the latter half of the 20th century, we had some major political realignments. Democrats passed the Civil Rights Act, causing African Americans to shift into the Democratic Party and the South to shift into the Republican Party because the friend of their enemy is their enemy. Republicans took ownership of the pro-life side of the abortion debate in the 1970s, causing devout Christians to shift into the Republican Party and secular feminists to shift into the Democratic Party. Immigration from Latin America, coupled with the decline of manufacturing work and urbanization and educational inequality, led to the emergence of the quote-unquote white working class who blamed globalization, elites, and immigration for their low and declining status. The opposite of this white working class, that is the highly educated, urban, quote-unquote professional managerial class, then shifted to the Democratic Party. And at the same time, increasing economic inequality, large corporations commanding a greater share of resources and political power led to conflict and competition, I think, between this professional managerial class and quote-unquote big business. From here, we can see how transitivity might have played a role. So there were political conflicts between African Americans and police officers. This may have caused Democrats to develop opposition to police officers because the enemy of their enemy is their friend. Republicans, in turn, develop allegiance to police officers because the enemy of their enemy is their friend. Police officers become right-coded. Wars against Muslim countries, like the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, this may have led the enemies of devout Muslims, namely devout Christians, to develop allegiance to the military, because the enemy of their enemy is their friend. And the enemies of devout Christians, namely the secular feminists we met previously, may have developed allegiance to Muslims because the enemy of their enemy is their friend. This is a particularly good example of a strange bedfellow alliance, given that Muslim countries are deeply patriarchal places. And so here it is again, the strange, peculiar political alliance structure of the United States. Now that we've gotten a good look at where it comes from, we can begin to ask the question, what are ideologies? Well, according to alliance theory, ideologies are not moral philosophies. They are instead collections of ad hoc justifications, rationalizations, moralizations, embellishments, and rhetorical tactics designed to advance the interests of complex political alliances in competition with their rivals. Moral differences, including moral foundations between partisans, these are overstated. They're not really playing a strong explanatory role in the contents of political beliefs. The primary difference between liberals and conservatives is not what values they hold, but whom they view as their allies. When heterogeneous groups cluster into political alliances, ideological inconsistencies are bound to arise. For example, if you happen to be allies with both wealthy business people and Christian fundamentalists, the peculiar strange bedfellows alliance in the United States, then the principle of limited government may justify the interests of the former group, but not necessarily the latter group. That is going to lead you into some ideological inconsistencies. Let's take a look at some of these inconsistencies on the political right. Poor people in America have no one to blame but themselves. You hear a lot of this rhetoric on the political right, and unless they're working class white people, in which case they should blame immigration, international trade, and reverse discrimination. So what's going on here? How can we explain this? It's pretty simple, actually. Poor people, as we know, as we saw from the graphs, they're left-coded, often associated with ethnic minorities. Working class white people, on the other hand, are right-coded. We ought to have more respect for the American military, but not the FBI. What's going on there? The military is right-coded. The FBI investigated Donald Trump in 2017, causing Republicans to turn against the FBI because the enemy of their friend is their enemy. One of the biggest problems facing America is violent crime, but not gun violence. You might think they're similar, but they're actually not. Gun violence implies that gun owners are the problem and big government is the solution. Violent crime implies that inner city gangs are the problem and the police are the solution. With this subtle change in wordings, you are activating very different alliances in people's heads. Black Lives Matter protests are dangerous and divisive, but the January 6th Capitol riot was peaceful and patriotic. That one's pretty self-explanatory. And we must respect authority figures, except the IRS, EPA, CDC, NIH, or the UN. Here are some other examples on the political left. We should do everything we can to protect college students and people on social media from feeling unsafe. But we shouldn't care about police officers in dangerous communities who feel unsafe. College students are left-coded, police are right-coded. Poor people are not personally responsible for their financial problems. This is the opposite of the rhetoric we saw on the political right. But climate change deniers are personally responsible for natural disasters that strike their home. This is from a pretty interesting public opinion poll. We must stand in solidarity with labor unions, but not police unions. What's going on there? We should believe the sexual assault allegations against Brett Kavanaugh, but not the sexual assault allegations against Joe Biden. We must show empathy and love for all groups, except uneducated Southern working class, pro-life, devout Christians, business people, white people, men, members of the military, or Republicans. These inconsistencies fit better with alliance theory than with conventional approaches to ideology. If political belief systems are collections of ad hoc justifications designed to advance the interests of complex political alliances, then we should expect these inconsistencies. We should not be surprised by them. We should expect them, in particular, when the ad hoc justification that was designed to support a political ally is taken out of its proper context and applied to a political rival. This is exactly what we find in a variety of cases, which I reviewed in my 2023 paper. Conventional approaches to ideology centering on moral values really struggle to explain these inconsistencies. If we brought in Jonathan Haidt and asked him to explain these inconsistencies from the perspective of moral foundations theory, I bet he would have a hard time. Inconsistencies support alliance theory and challenge other approaches. Limitations. Of course, these inconsistencies are taken from polling data. Some of these inconsistent answers are actually coming from different polls. Should do more to help small working class towns in America's heartland. And here is the Venn diagram between those two positions, with the majority of the conservatives in my sample agreeing with both of these statements. Do conservatives value free speech? I first asked the conservatives in my sample if they agreed that people should be free to express their political opinions in the workplace. Usually, this is meant to refer to anti-woke people. Then I later asked whether athletes should be allowed to sit or kneel during the national anthem. Obviously, this is in reference to pro-BLM athletes. And here's the Venn diagram there, very large degree of overlap. Do conservatives value authority? People in this country need to have more respect for authority. Usually, police or military is what comes to mind when we think of authority. Businesses should resist government regulations they think are unfair. Government regulators typically don't come to mind as often when we think about authority. And here's the Venn diagram there, with nearly 100% of the conservatives who agreed with that statement on the right also agreeing with the statement on the left. Do conservatives value liberty? The government should not place tighter restrictions on who can access guns. The government should place tighter restrictions on who can access pornography. Here's the Venn diagram there. Not quite as much overlap as in the other graphs, but still the middle choice is the most frequent of the three. Do conservatives value patriotism? We should be more suspicious of foreigners. I trust Vladimir Putin when he said he didn't interfere in the 2016 election. Vladimir Putin is a foreigner and a arguably very suspicious one. And yet we have this strong overlap between these two positions, with the middle one being the most common. Do conservatives oppose cancel culture? People should not be so easily offended. Black Lives Matter is offensive. Here's the Venn diagram there. Nearly perfect overlap. Do liberals oppose stereotyping groups? I first asked the liberals in my sample. They agreed that it is wrong to endorse negative stereotypes about people based on where they were born. Usually this is meant to refer to immigrants. I then asked them if people from the South are racist. And here's the Venn diagram there, quite a bit of overlap, with most of the people agreeing with the statement on the left, also agreeing with the statement on the left, on the right, on the left. Men and women are equal in their talents and abilities. Women are better at multitasking than men. Here's the Venn diagram there. I asked a very similar question. Women in positions of power are better able to feel empathy than men. Nearly identical results there. Do liberals value outgroup tolerance? I first asked whether Muslims should be held responsible for terrorist attacks committed in the name of Islam. Seems like a pretty reasonable ethical principle that you wouldn't want to blame an entire group for the actions of a few violent extremists. I then asked the liberals whether Trump voters should be held responsible for the terrorist attack at Charlottesville. And here is the Venn diagram there. Very large degree of overlap between these two positions. Do liberals value diversity? We should be more inclusive of people with different perspectives. Usually this is meant to refer to ethnic minorities. Liberal college students should not be inclusive of conservative speakers on college campuses. Here's the Venn diagram there. Here, this one's interesting. So only a minority of the liberals are actually agreeing with the statement on the right, which, depending on your perspective, might be heartening. But of the ones who do, nearly 100% of them are also agreeing with the statement on the left. Do liberals value bodily autonomy? A woman should have the right to do what she wants with her own body. This is a pro-choice slogan, as we know. People should not be allowed to sell their kidney. Here is the Venn diagram there. Very huge amount of overlap, given that women are people and kidneys are a part of the body. This is pretty inconsistent. Do liberals value equality? It is not fair that corporate CEOs are paid millions of dollars a year. It is fair that Hollywood movie stars are paid millions of dollars a year. Here is the Venn diagram there.
Right. This is the alliance theory of political belief systems. It's the best theory of which I'm aware. And the same psychologist on his Substack, Everything is BS, he writes, suffering is good. When you suffer, your brain does all sorts of useful things. Figures out what went wrong. It adjusts your expectations. It updates your beliefs. It gives you an adrenaline jolt if you're under threat, lowers your energy if you're helpless, and it recalibrates your motivations to the right level. Suffering is useful. Suffering is designed by evolution to help you deal with bad things, to avoid making them worse, and to prevent them happening again in the future. So why do teenagers get crushes on people out of their league? Because that's how they learn what league they're in. Why do little kids get so many boo-boos? Because every boo-boo is a learning opportunity for their clumsy little bodies. Why do we want to know when our partner is cheating on us, even if it makes us suffer? Because we're not trying to avoid suffering, we're trying to avoid being cheated on. Why do we watch horror movies, read bad news, and give ourselves mild electrical shocks and have nightmares? So we can learn about dangerous stuff without putting ourselves in danger. Why do we say we grow from suffering? Because we do grow. Why do we talk as if suffering is bad? Because we're BSing. We want pity points. We're like personal injury lawyers trying to milk the jury for sympathy. Personal injury lawyers don't just want to recover lost wages for their clients. They want compensation for the pain and suffering caused by the injury. That means the pain and suffering have to be as bad as possible. If the suffering wasn't bad, they wouldn't merit compensation. So all of us, including personal injury lawyers, pretend that suffering is the worst thing in the world because it maximizes the compensation we get from the jury of our peers. More yummy pity points. By contrast, the defense attorney will want to preach the good news. Yes, this person suffered a bad accident, but then they recovered and they now have a great life again. And so you preach the good news and you reduce the amount of money that the plaintiff claims. We want to hide our unflattering motives. Our motives are often pretty ugly. We get jealous when our friends like other people more than they like us, but we can't come out and say that we suffer this kind of jealousy. We can't say why we're suffering. We can't say, I feel bad because you're spending time with people who are not me, and I want you all to myself because I'm a clingy, selfish person. Instead, we're saying, I'm feeling hurt. Then when we're asked what's wrong, we lie about the awfulness of what we're feeling, as if the bad thing was just inside our heads, instead of our friends having a social life that did not solely revolve around us. We want to show that we care. A lot of good points here. Why do we feel anger? Right? Anger is a computationally complex cognitive system that evolved to bargain for better treatment. Anger coordinates our facial expressions, our vocal changes, our verbal arguments, the withholding of sex, the withholding of benefits, the deployment of aggression, and all these other cognitive and physiological variables, all in the service of leveraging our bargaining position into better outcomes. right? We want to tell the offender that they are giving too little weight on our angry individuals' welfare when they're making our decision. So we want to resolve conflicts more in favor of the angry individual. So natural selection gave us anger to orchestrate the subcomponents of our architecture, our physiology, behavior, cognitive structures, to leverage its bargaining advantages over another organism and incentivize that organism to be more considerate of us. Right? Do more of what I want and or less of what I do not want. And if you don't do this, I will hurt you. So anger is a plea for better treatment. We want to gain the attention of the target, and we want to interact with the target that says, you need to treat me more kindly going forward. So anger motivates us to gather the attention of the target and then to carry out strategies to get the target to do what we want.
If you watch videos in the 60s or 70s or 80s or 90s, right? It's the sexism, the ambient sexism, and the laws are.
So this is David Pinsof's fellow academic, but this guy here on the right, David, he's Petrosky, obviously much more woke.
Are insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
The arguments for equal treatment being taken seriously, like that's the history of that is very clear. There's a long, clear history of people with not doing well in the.
So these guys are evolutionary psychologists, but they didn't like it that in the popular conversation, evolutionary psychology is associated with the right.
The competition for status and power, or being granted even an equal seat at the table. Those people and the people who want that to continue, right, are both accepting sort of a premise. It sounds like that this idea that there's an evolved psychology generally, and then specifically that there's sort of sex-based design differences in human psychology is consistent with sort of one side versus the other. Mm-hmm. Number one, and this is a big question, number one, like, why do you think that is? Like, why do people think that that's true? And then number two, if it isn't true, why isn't it true?
Yeah. So I don't think this is unique to feminism. I think anytime there is an intergroup conflict over status or resources or power or something like that, the group that has more status or resources or power will invariably try to justify that advantage in terms of superiority. So the reason we have more power and status and resources is because we're just innately superior. We're smarter, we're wiser, we're more virtuous, whatever. And
it's God's will, yeah.
It's God's will. It's the divine right of kings. There's always some kind of justifying narrative behind it. And naturally, the people who have less power and status and resources will try to challenge that narrative. And so where the power ends up lying is going to depend in large part on how plausible each disputant finds the narrative, right? Because the narrative is a kind of coordination device. If we all agree that we're innately superior to them, then there's no reason to oppose the social hierarchy. There's no reason to expect other people to oppose the social hierarchy. There's no reason to expect other people to expect other people to oppose the social hierarchy. We need to coordinate and create common knowledge for collective action. And one of the ways that we do that is by creating a shared narrative. And so a big part of politics is just a battle over narratives. What narrative are we going to collectively share, and what kinds of social arrangements is that narrative going to justify? So these narratives are hugely politically important. Different groups rise or fall in direct proportion to how many people buy the narrative. So that is the context in which evolutionary psychology enters the picture. And because with us or against us is a dichotomy, and we're looking for any reason at all to suspect you of being the enemy
or of being against us because of this kind of smoke alarm principle where, we're biased to make the less costly error. Like it's much less costly for us to assume someone is.
And David Pinsof writes on his blog, why do we argue? It's not about persuasion, right? We wouldn't yell at people and call them Hitler if we really wanted to persuade them. We argue to rally our tribe, to rationalize our choices for the fun of it, to defend our status, to defend our group, to attack other people's status, and to cover up the dark things that we're doing.
An enemy even when they aren't, than to miss a real enemy when they're really there. So we're biased to sort of see the world in conspiratorial ways and over-perceive people being out to get us. And so any deviation from the narrative, even if it's a mild one, even if it's a relatively subtle deviation from the narrative, gets filtered through our coalitional psychology as this person's against us. If they don't cross every T and dot every I on our political narrative, then they're an enemy. It's not, they agree with us 90%, or they agree with us on most of these things, or they have this subtle objection to this particular detail. If they don't accept the whole narrative, then they're not with us. And I think...
Yeah, we want to intimidate people and threaten them and provide them with incentives to align themselves with us. And David Pinsof, this UCLA psychologist, he says that we don't want to be happy. We want sex. We want to be sexy. We want tasty yum-yums for our face holes. We want dominance, or we want to display submission. We want to stay warm, to avoid snakes, use tools, support our tribe, not be on fire, ascend social hierarchies, form alliances, show off our health, show off our virtue, nurture cute babies, preferably ones that share our DNA, make people feel indebted to us so that they will help us in the future if we are sick or injured. These are the things we want. These are the things that helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. Happiness is not one of them. Why do we read so much bad news? Because scary stuff can kill us and happy stuff can't. Why are we bored by positive psychology? Because there's no sex or death in it. Why do we work too much? Status anxiety. Why do we simmer in anger and post nasty things on Twitter to display dominance? Why do we beat ourselves up and stay friends with jerks? Submission. Why do we have kids even though they make us miserable? So most motives are rather unflattering, and usually we'd prefer not to talk about them. So we pretend that we're into happiness or self-actualization. It's our PR story. We run cancer marathons not to show off our health and virtue, but we claim we find it rewarding. We want to help people. We tell people we want to be happy because it sounds good. And the author of a book on status, Will Storr, has a terrific blog post, The Limits of Eastern Wisdom. He notes, Buddhism is a status game. The better the monks play at the game of Buddhism, the higher they climb and the more rewards they gather. And this is true for any high-intensity religion. And every high-intensity religion is a status game for the adherents. And for the clergy of less intense religions, they too are engaged in a status game, right? The better you play the game of your religion, the higher you climb in your in-group and the greater the rewards that you leap. We don't think of it as a status game because of the story that the religion tells of itself, of its wisdom, virtue, and freedom from ego.
That explains why evolutionary psychology got categorized as being on one side of this political conflict. It's not because, I think, certain evolutionary ideas do challenge certain parts of feminism, but I don't think that it is incompatible with feminism. And I think that the things that it challenges about feminism are relatively subtle and require a lot of debate and discussion to really, nail down the details. But because it's any kind of deviation at all from the shared narrative, it elicits this reaction of you're not with us.
And yeah, that's great. And I appreciate that subtle point. And I mean, I'm happy to unpack this with you, but
explanation is that men are more motivated to seek status and resources than women because status and resources is a greater ticket to mating success among men than it is among women. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest that is true, that women tend to prioritize status and power and resources among men more than women do. More than men do among women. If status competition
throughout our evolutionary history resulted in differential reproductive success among high-status men relative to low-status men, which seems pretty clear that it likely was, then men would have a pretty powerful status psychology. This isn't to say that women don't have a status psychology, but it's going to be slightly different. And this could explain the overrepresentation of men.
How do we work? But adaptation, let me start talking to you and asking you how you work. And
not only about your own flaws and limitations, but about how complicated humans are and how poorly equipped we are to truly understand them in all their richness and complexity. That's part of it. And the other part of it is that evolutionary psychology gives us a better understanding of what our needs are, of what is actually most important to us. And that isn't always apparent. We often lack a lot of insight into what's going on downstairs in the basement of unconsciousness. And bringing some of that to light can be helpful. You made the smaller point of we have this desire to be around nature and to be around beautiful things. That's one small part of the story that we can tell about what our needs are as animals. But there are other parts that come to light as well. I think people talk about the loneliness epidemic. I'm not sure how much of that is empirically substantiated or not. But I do think that human beings have a need to form meaningful relationships with one another, and not just shallow or superficial relationships. I think we have an evolved psychology for differentiating between the shallow and the meaningful, between the fair weather friend and the deep friend who truly cares about you, because those distinctions were of critical importance for our ancestors' survival and reproduction.
We're all moral hypocrites, right? That we all have this tendency to sort of essentialize an outgroup, or
right. We all have the tendency to essentialize the outgroup.
You could describe my academic paper, Strange Bedfellows, The Alliance Theory of Political Belief Systems, as a way of calling bullshit on that prevailing view of political ideology. So I really take aim at the idea that liberalism or conservatism, as they manifest in contemporary American society or other Western nations, represent coherent belief systems, reflect moral principles, reflect well thought out philosophies. I think they are much more strategic, chaotic, random than that. And I'd be happy to get into the details of how I'm grounding out that view.
Okay, so, but just before we get into your view
on either side of the political spectrum. So maybe that essential difference has to do with one's personality or one's psychological dispositions, one's traits, one's personal idiosyncrasies and quirks, the way one sees the world. And that's one common way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is to say that they really pertain to differences in moral values. So one of the most prominent approaches in this area is Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations theory, which says that liberals and conservatives rely on different moral foundations. That is, liberals have a monomaniacally egalitarian and harm-focused ideology, whereas conservatives rely on all six moral foundations, from in-group, out-group psychology to agree that there are deep-seated moral differences between liberals and conservatives, Republicans and Democrats, left-wing, right-wing, etc. And it's those abstract moral values.
Okay, so a philosopher in England, Dan Williams, applied this alliance theory to understanding right-wing populism. So Dan Williams is on the left, got a PhD from Cambridge. So he says that the rise of right-wing populism is defined by its opposition to corrupt, failing, conspiring, and disgraceful elites in the establishment. And right-wing populist ideology homogenizes and vilifies this diverse group, because that's what we all do. We all tend to homogenize, often vilify, but essentialize outgroups. And so from a populist perspective, the educated professional class are a bunch of sinister conformists. They are NPCs, non-player characters. They're a unified class deliberately conspiring to undermine the patriotic American, the working class traditional way of life and its economic prospects. So from a populist perspective, a world where people listen to experts is a world that is bad for the working class. Immigrants and minorities who don't identify with the traditional dominant white culture tend to receive critical attention by right-wing populism. They are, again, essentialized and homogenized and tend to be painted in a negative light. They're criminals, rapists, drug dealers, murderers. They're an invading force that the globalist liberal elite are bringing in to replace the natives. And then the flip side of demonizing your rivals is painting those in your alliance in the most positive light possible, right? Who stands up against the liberal elites and the immigrants? It's the real Americans, the true Britons, the ordinary people, the silent majority, the forgotten men and women who want their country back, the hardworking, patriotic, common-sense citizens, the authentic heart of the nation. These people are not just virtuous, they're victims. The global elite have taken their power, undermined their way of life, ignored their perspectives, rigged the system against them. Ordinary Americans, patriotic Brits, all are besieged by political correctness, wokeness, immigrant and minority crime, economic and social problems caused by this corrupt establishment. And if you're part of the right-wing populist movement, you will tend to deny and downplay any problems perpetuated by members of your team. So they're willing to ally with techno-elites, and in America, we get this bizarre combination of economic libertarianism, slashing regulation and taxes, along with economic protectionism, increasing tariffs and trade restrictions. You get a championing of free speech absolutism as against progressive left-wing speech codes. Now, people in the educated professional class, they hate this. And they cling to their own status symbols to differentiate themselves from the uneducated hoi polloi. Right? The educated class does not just dislike NASCAR, wrestling, fast food, guns, reality TV, Starbucks, superhero movies, and consuming low-status things. Right? People in the educated elite flaunt our dislike of these things, and we conspicuously look down on those who enjoy them. And political correctness, ostensibly a tool for protecting the marginalized, functions really as a class signifier. It's a whole bunch of tripwires designed to flag anyone without the cultural capital to master progressive speech codes.
Or then we would strategically endorse whatever values support our political allies and reject them or flout them when they serve the interests of our political rivals. And when we have a wide variety of heterogeneous political allies, as we do in modern democracies with complex political coalitions, then we're going to see the strategic endorsement of moral values in one case to support one's allies, and the rejection of that moral value when it happens to support our rivals. And so that is basically identical to alliance theory, is that these values are not really held consistently, but are used strategically to support the interests of one's allies and oppose the interests of one's rivals. But the problem is, if these abstract values are not in our self-interest, and they're not in our political allies' interests or our group's interests, then that really rules out the only possible mechanisms by which these values could have evolved. Darwin once famously said that something along the lines of things don't exist merely for the sake of beauty or for the sake of mere variety. They don't exist to delight man or the creator, right? And if you could show that the properties of an animal exhibited these benevolent properties, then that would be absolutely fatal to the theory of evolution.
One of the great things about Charles Darwin's book, Origin of Species, is he repeatedly offers examples that would invalidate his theses. So I think that's a powerful way of arguing. So what do we find interesting? David Pinsof. We find interesting that which helps us fit in. We find things interesting because others find things interesting. People become famous for being famous. Things become interesting for being interesting. That's why we're interested in sports, celebrities, and the news, even though these things are useless. Everyone talks about these things. because nobody wants to be left out of the conversation. We all want attention. We want people to listen to us because that shows that we are high status. We're interested in whatever grabs people's attention. We're interested thus in the titillating and the gory, the gossipy and the paradoxical. We want to form cliques. We want to display our superiority. The hotter the take, the fewer people believe it. So if we can convince people that our hot take is correct, then we get to look smarter than everyone else. Same goes for moral claims. If we can convince people that some widespread behavior is morally wrong or that some weird behavior is morally right, then we get to look holier than thou. We want to display our own group's superiority. The more a piece of information disparages an enemy group, such as Republicans or woke people, the more we love it. Spreading disparaging information rallies our group and boosts solidarity. We're much more interested in simple, simplistic partisan rants than any nuanced policy analysis that optimizes for truth. We find it interesting anything that helps to persuade people to justify our behavior, that tells self-flattering stories, that wins debates and rallies people to our side. We're interested in anything that supports what we already believe in or want to believe in. The goal isn't to learn anything new or to better understand reality. The goal is to gather ammunition for arguments. We want to signal. We want to look competent. We want to look smart. We want to seem warm and cuddly. We want to be flattered. Right? When you read self-help, it's popular because it's always praising the reader and telling them what wonderful people they are. Any information that flatters our group, that inspires us, tells us how brave and virtuous we are, that is interesting. We want to one-up everyone else. We want to dunk on other people. We want to show that everyone else is a hypocrite and everything is BS. We want to show that we're on the same page, that we're working together, we're coordinating. This is why dancing and chanting feels good. It makes us feel like we're part of a single unit, and it strikes fear into the heart of our enemies. We like sweeping generalizations. It's easier to mentally coordinate on false simplicity than on real complexity. The ultimate mental dance is to converge on the same banal interpretation of a deepity, a paradox, a jargon-laden word salad. We want to be associated with high-status people. That's why eloquence is interesting. Signals that we have all sorts of cool characteristics. We have wits and creativity and social skills. And why do we argue? We argue to punish people for questioning what's precious to us, our dogmas and our alliances. When we argue about politics, we play the opinion game. That is the secret war over social norms. And the norm that we want to establish and protect is respect our group, respect our tribe. So self-help advice is rarely focused on our real goals. So if self-help books focus on our real goals, they'd have titles and topics like these. Zen and the Art of Social Climbing. Eco-friendly. 10 steps to ensconcing yourself in a cocoon of ideological conformity and motivated reasoning. The 7 habits of highly effective virtue signalers. The lips to butt method. Take control of your life by sycophantically ingratiating yourself with high-status people. Own it. Keep rival male sperm out of your mate's vagina. You can do it. How to harness the power of moral ambiguity and plausible deniability to rationalize your messed up behavior. Eat, pray, confabulate.
And I think a lot of people in political psychology are taking that kind of evolutionarily implausible view that we have these high-minded values that are nobly designed to make the world a better place. But that's just not the kind of thing that can evolve by natural selection. And so I think we actually need to get a bit more cynical about our supposed moral values in the same way that we're cynical about the mission statements and PR campaigns of big corporations. I don't think anyone thinks that Starbucks' actual goal is to nourish and inspire the human spirit, as it says on their website. I think most people, when trying to predict what Starbucks is going to do next, are going to ask themselves what will make Starbucks the most money. And I think we need to view humans in a similar way. I think we need to view the quote-unquote mission statements of political designed to mobilize supporters. And we really have no reason to think that they represent nobly designed, impartially altruistic worldviews. I think that's fundamentally, evolutionarily and functionally implausible.
And a very interesting question here is if people's political beliefs are even consistent. That is, and of course,
fundamentalist morality, anti-abortion, anti-recreational drugs, anti-gay rights, and you also endorse free market libertarianism, that is a consistent moral philosophy. And if you, insofar as you deviate from that, then you're inconsistent. And I think that is just a very wrong-headed way of thinking about what it means to be consistent. I think we should define consistency in the straightforward way of having beliefs that fit together coherently. And if you actually look at the combination of Christian fundamentalism and free market libertarianism, there's actually nothing consistent about it at all. The only reason these philosophies go together in the United States is because of a historically contingent political alliance that arose starting in the 1970s between wealthy business people and pro-life evangelicals. And that alliance does not exist in many other countries. In fact, in other countries, you see free market libertarianism being combined with more secular ideology, with being pro-choice. And so this peculiar alliance that exists in the United States is not a reflection of some deep, feature of human nature that these issues have to go together. I think they are much more historically contingent and arbitrary than we like to think. And so I don't think that political belief systems are consistent in the sense of reflecting coherent philosophies or consistently held moral principles.
So what sort of information do we find interesting? What type of podcast do we find interesting? Stuff that is mostly BS, right? What we find naturally interesting is not truth, wisdom, but gossip, flattery, nonsense, propaganda. And we shop around for this stuff and for our beliefs in the same way that we shop for clothes. We search for whatever makes us look sharp and fashionable. We love ideas that are special. We love the hottest take and the boldest pronouncement. We want to stake out unique positions that no one else has taken. We want to discover secrets no one else knows about, so that when we convince people that we are right and we are in the know, we get to look cooler than everyone else. On the other hand, we want ideas that are plausible. We want rigor and credibility, or at least the appearance of it, if not the real thing. We want to convince people that our information is true or worth taking seriously. So if we fail to convince anyone that we're right, then we won't look superior to anyone. We might end up looking stupid, gullible, or crazy. So we are faced with a trade-off between information that's special and information that boosts our plausibility. So the more intense you feel the need to feel special, the more you will be pulled towards weirder and more outlandish beliefs, such as the earth is flat, we never landed on the moon, that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. The need for plausibility pulls us towards more obvious and commonsensical beliefs. So the more contrarian you are, the more you will want to feel special. Normies prefer the plausible. So how do we say stuff that is both special and plausible at the same time? That's when we use the deepity, right? Deepity is a statement with two interpretations, one that is bold, provocative, and earth-shattering, and another interpretation that is boring, obvious, and banal. That way, we get to have it both ways. We get to show that we're special, and we get to share a bold interpretation, and when we're trying to convince people that we're right, we pivot to the boring interpretation. So the Buddha said, what we think we become. Right? And you want the interesting interpretation. If you think you're Abraham Lincoln, you'll become Abraham Lincoln. Boring interpretation, thoughts cause behavior. If a thing loves, it is infinite. William Blake. Right? If you love someone, you will achieve immortality. Boring interpretation, if you love someone, that's great. The future influences the present as much as the past. Nietzsche. Interesting. Something that happens at time 2 can retroactively cause something to happen at time 1. Boring interpretation. People sometimes think about the future. Everything happens for a reason. Interesting interpretation. Things happen because God or a cosmic spirit wants them to happen. Boring interpretation. Things have causes. We're all connected. Interesting interpretation. We're bound together by a spirit of universal love. We're warmly embraced by Mother Earth. We are all suffused with cosmic significance. Boring interpretation. We're all humans. We're all made of chemicals. The chemicals are made of atoms. We're part of the universe. Wayne Dyer. The power of intention is the power to manifest and to create. Interesting interpretation. Intentions can magically get you what you want. Boring interpretation. Intentions often cause you to do the thing that you intended to do. Your pain is the breaking of the shell that encloses your understanding. Interesting interpretation. Pain is the only way to understand reality. Boring interpretation. Pain teaches you something. What it teaches you is don't do that stupid thing. Knowledge is power. Interesting interpretation. Reading lots of books will give you power. Boring interpretation. Knowledge is sometimes helpful. The future is inside of us. Interesting interpretation. We can magically control the future. Boring interpretation. Our goals are inside of us and not anywhere else. That is the deepity.
Principles. And I go through a lot of examples in the paper of ideological inconsistencies that are really hard to explain from that perspective, but easy to explain from my perspective.
Okay, but wait a minute, because at this point someone might come in and say, okay, but perhaps the elites, and that would include, of course, the more, let's say, educated people, political elites.
Attachments, group prejudices, group allegiances, and their policy preferences really depend on, whether the policy is benefiting groups they like or groups they don't like. And if it's benefiting a group they like, then they like the policy. And if it's benefiting a group they don't like, then they don't like it. And that's really the dominant approach to explaining the political beliefs of the mass public. And what's interesting is that the group attitudes of the mass public do not necessarily align with the group attitudes of political elites. That is, they're much more chaotic and unpredictable. What I want to argue is that the political beliefs of elites are in fact just as group-centric as the political beliefs of the mass public. It is just that the groups around which they center are a different set of groups.
And chat says, Luke, what's your opinion on Adelaide comic James Donald McCann? I don't know him, don't have any opinion as yet. So just read an academic paper from 2014. Strikes me as fair dinkum. Status is a 4-letter word. Self versus other differences and concealment of status striving. Striving for status is a fundamental human motivation. It's a taken for granted assumption across a number of literatures such as anthropology, economics, evolutionary and social psychology, management, marketing, and sociology. But despite the ubiquity of status striving in everyday life, people are reluctant to admit to it. People consistently report that they strive for status less than other people. So high status is clearly valuable. Pursuing greater status is a basic human drive, but people try to conceal it.
And the beliefs might be a more sophisticated set of rationalizations befitting of more intelligent, highly educated people. But that's really the only difference. That is, you see these complex political coalitions and alliances, and the most politically informed people are most attentive to the details of those political coalitions and are most willing to align themselves with those coalitions and accommodate new alliances and oppose the enemy of their enemy and befriend the ally of their ally.
So this is UCLA psychologist David Pinsof. He writes, the status game. We all want status, but we can't admit it because it's low status to admit you want status. Wanting status makes us look selfish, insecure, and low status. We're not supposed to care about petty things like money or fame. We're only supposed to care about noble things like integrity, authenticity. Admitting that we're desperate for status is like admitting we're horny for a coworker or jealous of a friend's success. It's not a good look. So we pretend we do not care about status as a way of gaining status. So status games are fragile. We can only play a status game if we lack awareness that it's a status game. As soon as we realize it's a status game, we stop getting status for playing it. We lose status. We look selfish, insecure, and low status. Virtue signalers cannot know that they're virtue signaling. Brave truth tellers cannot know that they're seeking praise for their group. Rebellious nonconformists cannot know that they're conforming to the norms of their subculture. Once people recognize that they're playing a status game, the status game collapses. People stop playing for the fear of looking uncool. Said they start playing an anti-status game to show how cool and not interested in status they are. The point of an anti-status game is to show that you care about more important things than status. You care about integrity and authenticity. So anti-status games emerge in opposition to a collapsing status game, and they take the opposite form. But anti-status games are just another status game. Status games are constantly collapsing and re-emerging. So if there's a status game that you dislike, expose it. Tell satirical stories about its vainglorious players. Translate the covert signals into a lingua franca. Attack the game's supposed values. Reveal its hypocrisy. If you succeed, the game will collapse. That's what happened to dueling, foot binding, pounded, wigs, and all the other defunct status games throughout history. And it's going to happen to many of the status games that we're currently playing. Perhaps educational credentialism and performative wokeness. On the other hand, if there is a status game that you like, shield it from criticism. Hide that it is a status game. Angrily defend any accusation that it is narcissistic in a status game. So if you encounter an angry defensiveness about a status game, that's people trying to protect their fragile status game from collapse. How dare you mock dueling? It's a noble tradition of manly honor. So when we defend our status games, we will usually appeal to sacred values like manly honor, beauty, faith, knowledge, equality, integrity, authenticity. We have to pretend that these values are intrinsically, globally significant, important, worth upholding for their own sake, completely independent of any status that we get for upholding them. We create sacred narratives about how none of us are vain or self-centered at all. We're just noble souls who are motivated by abstract love of truth and beauty, self-expression. If anyone questions our sacred narrative or mocks us for being status seekers, it might cause our fragile status game to collapse, and that would be terrible because we'd lose all our accumulated status. That's why questioning sacred values is taboo. Now, when do we attack a status game and when do we defend it? If we're losing a status game, we attack it. We say it's toxic, irrational, ruining everything. If we're winning in a status game, we defend it. It's noble, it's pure, it's aimed at the betterment of humanity. That's what culture wars are all about. They're clashing values. We say they're clashing values, but they're really just power struggles between rival status games. They're attempts to shift the rules of the reigning status game in our own favor. People accuse their rivals of being uncool status seekers. You're just virtue signaling. You don't want to give up your privilege. Or pretending that they themselves aren't interested in status. We're interested in more important things like truth, authenticity, free speech, social justice. So if you haven't found the right status game to play, choose wisely. Or join David Pinsof's anti-BS, anti-status game.
And that kind of loyalty and engagement is what ultimately drives their beliefs, their loyalty to the coalition as a whole, not any kind of abstract philosophizing. Usually the abstract philosophizing comes as a justification or rationalization for whatever serves the interests of their political coalition.
So we've been focusing mostly on people here, but talking about the...
And you could go through any feature you want to identify with, say, right-wing ideology or left-wing ideology. I go through 3 different proposed features in the paper, equality, authority, and tolerance. And I go through each feature and show how the apparent moral principle or moral value is actually not held consistently. And it's only brought forward when it's in the interests of one's political allies, and it is flouted and rejected when it happens to benefit other groups, especially one's political rivals. So to take an example from the equality domain, liberals think it is unfair that corporate CEOs make millions of dollars a year, but they actually think it's fair for Hollywood movie stars to make millions of dollars a year. And so that would be an example of the type of ideological inconsistency I'm talking about, especially when you consider the fact that corporate CEOs are widely associated with conservatives and Hollywood movie stars are widely associated with liberals. And what's interesting is that you actually see the reversal among conservatives. Conservatives actually think that it's unfair for Hollywood movie stars to make millions of dollars a year. Widely proposed view is that right-wing ideology is all about respecting authority or obeying authority or enforcing one's preferences on others.
So I love this new alliance theory of politics, but I also love the second edition of a book on political biology called Predisposed, Liberals, Conservatives, and the Biology of Political Differences. So I asked ChatGPT to map the differences between these 2 approaches to politics. So the book Predisposed argues that our political orientations are rooted in our psychology, physiology, and genetic predispositions, and that these things shape how we perceive threats, authority, fairness, and belonging before we ever consciously adopt political positions. Alliance theory rejects the idea that belief systems come from stable moral values. Instead, it claims that political beliefs are just strategic patchworks assembled to serve alliances and rivalries in a particular context. So both accounts explain the apparent irrationality and inconsistency of political positions. Predisposed, the book says that these inconsistencies reflect deep-seated traits such as threat sensitivity. Alliance theory says that they reflect who your allies are and how you rationalize your support for them. Predisposed emphasizes relative stability. Predispositions aren't destiny, but they incline people towards left or right orientations and the related lifestyle, media, and policy choices. Alliance theory says all these things are contingent and fluid. Belief systems shift depending on who you are allied with. So predisposed is about the default setting of human psychology. Alliance theory says that these defaults get sorted into actual political coalitions at a given time and place. Predisposed says that our political beliefs are expressions of our underlying genetics and temperaments, our relative levels of fear, openness, need for order. People defend their politics not because of rational calculation, but because they're wired to respond that way. Alliance theory says political beliefs are just propagandistic tools. They're ways of defending our allies and attacking our rivals. Predisposed says people are more prone to adopt certain rigid us versus them stances. Alliance theory explains the tactical content of those stances. Predisposed frames our deepest political splits as insiders versus outsiders, nativists versus cosmopolitan, rooted in evolutionary concerns about group security and belonging. Alliance theory says that all politics is just alliances and rivalries, who you stand with, who you oppose. Both theories see politics as essentially tribal. The predisposed biological perspective says that some people gravitate towards a tight in-group defense. Alliance theory explains how coalitions crystallize around that instinct in context. Predisposed provides the biological and psychological floor for why humans are predisposed towards certain political orientations. Alliance theory provides the strategic superstructure, how those orientations get mobilized and combined into belief systems. So the book Predisposed leans towards a universal and stable perspective. Alliance theory leans towards historical contingency. So Predisposed says political conflicts grow from our innate predispositions. Alliance theory says political conflict grows out of changing alliances and rivalries. So Predisposed, the book explains that we are primed for tribal politics. Alliance structure explains why tribal politics takes on the particular shapes that it does. How do we win the opinion game? Given that we're a highly judgy species, constantly judging each other for every little thing we do. And we deny that we do this because one of the things that we get judged for is being judgy. And so we try to deny that we're trying to impress our judgy peers, because trying to impress people makes us look insecure and performative. So we judge each other for being judgy, and we desperately try to make each other think that we don't care what they think. So how do we judge people? What do we judge them on? We judge people on their preferences. We know deep down that when people give us their opinion, they're trying to be better than us. We can feel it. They're trying to look better than us. So we nod our heads and we pretend not to be annoyed when people give us their opinions. So how do you win the opinion game? By having lots of status. People will sycophantically agree with whatever high status people say. Our shared opinions, our social norms bend towards the interests of high status people. If you have cultural power, if you have a big platform where a lot of people listen to you, if you have a massive audience, then you're going to have a big advantage in the opinion game. And if you have really sexy or exciting or clear arguments, now, most of our arguments are mostly BS. We pretend to care about truth. What's really going on is we're just trying to promote our own side.
And that just does not make a lot of sense at all. So if you ask, conservatives whether we ought to respect authority more, most of them would say yes. But then if you ask them if companies should disobey government regulations that they think are unfair, a majority of them will also say yes. So that's another example of an inconsistency. So conservatives are happy to say they support authority in the abstract, but when it comes to specific authorities, like, I don't know, the IRS, the CDC, the EPA, the WHO, government regulators, Democratic politicians, even the FBI, once they started investigating Donald Trump, many Republicans turned against. These are a wide variety of authorities that Republicans reject and disrespect. So I think it is very hard to argue that they are holding a case. And if you think that it's about exercising authority over others, I think that's also hard to reconcile with their actual opinions, which involve, deregulating businesses, environmental deregulation, having fewer restrictions during COVID-19. These are hard to reconcile with a general desire to exercise authority over others.
And even the supposed meaning that, in this particular case, freedom might have for leftists and right-wingers. If you look across different examples, perhaps they are not so much on the side of their own flavor of freedom, but they are more authoritarian and so on. So does this also make sense? Or not?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's a great example of the point I'm making, which is that it doesn't really make sense to say that one ideology is the ideology of freedom, given that each political coalition is trying to use freedom to mobilize support for its side. That is, freedom is a word that has a lot of positive vibes. If you ask people if they like freedom, I bet you that most people will say, yeah, freedom's great. And so each party is basically competing to capture the positive vibes of freedom to mobilize support for their side. But whether each side actually consistently holds the principle of freedom is a different question, and I think the answer to that question is no, they don't. What they're trying to do is use freedom as a kind of mission statement to associate their political coalition with positive vibes. But I don't think it represents a coherent and principled philosophy, because if it were, you would see each side, valuing freedom in all cases. But that is not what you see. Another example of this kind of competition for positive and negative vibes, I think, is really clear in the abortion debate. You see, people who oppose abortion, they describe themselves as pro-life. That is, they're trying to paint themselves as the group that values life, right? And the same thing occurs within groups. You don't have to. You can be a white person and feel enmity toward white people. In fact, a lot of white progressives feel that way about white people. You can be an American and feel negatively toward Americans. A lot of progressives hold that view as well. You can be a poor person and feel antipathy toward poor people. You can be a rich person and feel antipathy toward rich people. And these phenomena are much easier to understand when you realize that there are rivalries within groups. That is, within the group of rich people, there are different subcultures. Within the group of poor people, there are different subcultures, perhaps ethnic rivalries between lower class white people and lower class ethnic minorities, et cetera, et cetera. So I think if we view politics from the lens of ever-shifting alliances and rivalries, I think that is going to be a much more illuminating and insightful way of understanding things than in terms of cheering for some monolithic in-group against some monolithic out-group that never changes.
And when it comes to the alliances, how do people form them? I mean, is there a set of criteria that people use to choose their allies?
Yeah, so in the paper I go over three criteria that people use for choosing allies that have a lot of empirical evidence going for them at the moment. I'm not saying that these are the only three criteria we use, but I think the strongest case could be made that these are important. So the three are similarity, transitivity, and interdependence. So I'll go through each one in turn. Similarity, like attracts like. We like people who are similar to us. People who speak the same language, who speak that language in the same dialect, who inhabit the same location, who share personality quirks maybe, share similar beliefs, share the same skin color, et cetera, et cetera. This is a pretty obvious one. And the evolutionary rationale there is pretty clear. So for one thing, similarity might help you coordinate and collaborate with an ally. That is, the easiest example of this is if allies speak the same language, they're going to have an easier time working together. But they could also speak the same language of their subculture and have an easier time working together. Or they could have, similar personality quirks, and they might, be less likely to have conflicts and disagreements with one another because they're more similar in that vein. A marker might help to create common knowledge of the alliance itself. That is, you see this in sports. One team wears red shirts, the other team wears blue shirts, and that helps everyone coordinate who's on whose side. We do the same thing with our alliances and rivalries. And I think one of the reasons why racism is so pernicious is because there are visible
differences that are common knowledge to everyone in terms of skin color and outward appearance. And that helps make it easier for people to coordinate who's on whose side. The second one is transitivity. So that is summed up by the following statements. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The friend of my friend is my friend. The friend of my enemy is my enemy. And the enemy of my friend is my enemy. These statements taken together are what I call transitivity, the sharing of allies and enemies. And there are pretty solid functional reasons why we would want transitive allies versus intransitive allies. That is, it mitigates two major costs. One is infighting. That is, we don't want our allies getting into conflicts with one another. Because if they get into conflicts, then we're going to have to be forced to choose sides. We're going to have to be forced to choose between them. And that means we're going to lose one of our allies and potentially gain a new enemy, which is really bad for us. So we want our allies to get along. And we also want our allies to share our enemies, because if an ally is friendly toward our enemies, well, they might side with our enemies and betray us, and that is really bad for us as well. So for that reason, we really we look to transitivity when deciding who we want to ally with and who we don't, and we also try to accommodate new allies by being transitive with them. That is, if we form an alliance, we oppose our allies' enemies. And we support our allies' friends. That's transitivity. Interdependence. This is probably the broadest and most underexplored one, but I think it's perhaps one of the most important ones. This is just generally whether a person or individual benefits you or not, whether they are acting in your self-interest or not. You could think of this in terms of someone acting against your self-interest. Say if you're competing with someone for status or resources, then you would be negatively interdependent with them and you would not want to form an alliance with them because it is in your interests to lower their status or to lower their access to resources so that you can get more of those resources for yourself. So that would be a kind of negative interdependence. A positive interdependence would be these people are inclined to help you, to share information with you, to trade with you, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, that will do it for now. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.